That helps. It is now 4:30, time to start this special open session to hear public comments before closed session. We'll start with the roll call.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Bonner is absent, and Councilmember Brown will be absent for the entire meeting. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. There's one item, item C1, is conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives include Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We do have one request to address the council. Cordell Hendler, you'll have 2 minutes.
So, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, Cordell Hendler here. I'm going to be speaking to you all about the unions. So, we come before today, and I am requesting that when you go into closed session, the unions deserve a raise, once again, because they have put Richmond on the map. So, when you go back in there, think of all the contributions that they have put into Richmond. So, that's it.
We do have a few speakers online. If you'd like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, we don't have any more speakers.
All right, if there are no other speakers, then session for comments is closed, and we will retire to closed session. Welcome, everyone. This is a special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority of Richmond and the Richmond City Council. So we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Okay. Councilmember, Commissioner and Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Commissioner and Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Commissioner and Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Robinson.
Here.
Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. Here. For the record, Councilmember and Commissioner Brown will be absent the entire meeting. Commissioner and Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Next on the agenda, a statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is a report from the Executive Director.
There will be no report from the Executive Director this evening.
Okay, this is for agenda review for the special joint meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority and Richmond City Council. Are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none. Next is the Housing Authority Open Forum. We have one request to address the council, to address the commissioners. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the commissioners during open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hendler.
So, good evening, Chair, Mayor Martinez, Commissioners. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I have looked at the consent calendar, and I don't have no problem with it. So, Chair Martinez, I'm asking the Commission to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Okay. Next is approval of the Housing Authority consent calendar. Need a motion?
I motion that we pass.
I second.
Commissioner Councilmember Urbana,
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Robinson, Chair and Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and for the record, Commissioner and Councilmember Brown is absent. The motion passes. Our next item is a joint Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond City Council budget session. And there's one item. Item N1 is to adopt a joint resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 26-27 Richmond Housing Authority budget with total estimated revenues of $4,154,579 and total estimated expenditures of $5,439,652. Approve an RHA subsidy from the City of Richmond General Fund in the amount of $1,260,073 and authorize the use of available hacienda proceeds in the amount of $25,000 to balance the RHA budget to $5,439,652 in estimated revenues and $5,439,652 in expenditures. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under this item, please raise your hand at this time. We got one speaker. We have one in-person speaker.
KCRT, can you please bring up the PowerPoint? Just went blank. I don't have it on my screen. KCRT, can you please help us with the PowerPoint? Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and members of the public. My name is Antoinette Terrell, Executive Director of Richmond Housing Authority. Tonight I'm presenting the proposed fiscal year 26-27 Richmond Housing Authority budget. I will provide a brief overview of our operations, revenues, expenditures, accomplishments, challenges, and the requested general fund subsidy needed to support continued operations. Next slide, please. At its core, this budget is about maintaining safe and habitable housing today while preserving affordable housing opportunities for future generations throughout redevelopment. The Richmond Housing Authority provides affordable housing opportunities through programs funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD.
Excuse me, we still don't have the presentation.
KCRT, can you please help us with the PowerPoint?
It just came on.
Okay.
But the audience doesn't have it.
It's not up for the audience. KCRT, it's not up for the audience. It's not on for the audience. Okay, there we go. All right. So, once again, at its core, this budget is about maintaining safe and habitable housing today while preserving affordable housing
I'm sorry,
opportunities.
there's still one commissioner without. Okay, well, we have it solved. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
It's okay. So the Richmond Housing Authority provides affordable housing opportunities through programs funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. RHA directly owns and manages Nystrom Village, a public housing community with approximately 100 units. The authority is also associated with approximately 683 affordable housing units through Richmond Village, Triangle Court, Friendship Manor, Hacienda Heights, and Nevin Plaza, for a total portfolio of 783 units. Richmond Housing Authority continues to operate under the Public Housing Authority Recovery and Sustainability Agreement, or FARS agreement, which focuses on financial stability, compliance, and redevelopment of public housing assets. Because federal funding continues to fall short of actual operating costs, this budget includes a request for city general fund support to maintain operations, preserve housing, and continue redevelopment efforts. Next slide, please. The proposed fiscal 26-27 budget includes approximately $4.15 million in revenue and $5.44 million in expenditures. To balance the budget, RHA is requesting a general fund subsidy of approximately $1.26 million and the use of $25,000 in Hacienda sale proceeds. The budget also supports 5 full-time employees, an executive director, senior property manager, building maintenance supervisor, resident manager, and administrative assistant. 5 employees currently support a portfolio, of course, of 783 units of public housing operations, redevelopment activities, procurement, compliance, audits, maintenance oversight, resident services, and 2 affiliated housing corporations. Next slide, please. The proposed budget also includes approximately the $4.15 million in revenue before the general fund subsidy. The largest revenue source is the HUD Capital Fund Program at approximately $2.5 million, followed by HUD operating subsidy funding of approximately $737,000 and tenant rent income of approximately $384,000. Additional revenues include allowable capital fund transfers, oversight fees, repayment agreements, and available Hacienda fund balance resources. While HUD remains our primary funding source, federal operating subsidies have not kept up with the pace of the actual cost of operating and maintaining public housing, creating the need for local support. Next slide, please. Total expenditures are now approximately $5.44 million. The largest expenditure category is equipment and contractual services at approximately $1.8 million. These costs include unit rehabs, plumbing repairs, electrical repairs, appliance replacement, landscaping, and maintenance service. Because Nystrom Village is more than 85 years old, many units require substantial rehab before they can be reoccupied. Repairs frequently include plumbing replacements, sewer line repairs, water intrusion, flooring replacement, electrical upgrades, accessibility corrections, and structural repairs. The budget also includes professional services, utilities, insurance, and grant-funded activities, and the city cost allocation charges necessary to support our daily operations. Next slide, please. The proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget includes a request for a city general fund subsidy of approximately $1.26 million. This request is driven by declining federal operating subsidies and increasing operating costs. In fiscal year 25-26, RHA received approximately $445,000 in operating subsidy funding for Nystrom Village and approximately $73,000 for Nevin Plaza. For fiscal year 26-27, Nystrom Village operating subsidy funding is projected to decrease by $360,000. While operating subsidy for funding for Nevin Plaza has been reduced to 0 due to the repositioning. As a result, RHA is projected to lose approximately $158,000 in annual operating subsidy funding, while labor and utilities, insurance, maintenance, compliance, and audit costs continue to rise. Without the support, RHA would be forced to defer maintenance, reduce operational flexibility, and delay critical housing preservation activities. The requested subsidy will help maintain operations, meet our FAR's agreement obligations, preserve our compliance, and continue our redevelopment efforts. Next slide, please. These images illustrate some of the conditions that staff deal with at Eastern Village and also highlight the challenges with maintaining housing that's more than 85 years old. Next slide, please. And here are just some additional photos. Next slide, please. So at Eastern Village, RHA continues to focus on maintaining safe, decent, and habitable housing while moving forward with our long-term redevelopment efforts. During the past year, staff completed annual inspections of all occupied units. We rehabilitated 11 units and completed approximately 350 maintenance and operational work orders. Since 2023, approximately 40 units have undergone substantial rehab, representing roughly 40% of Neestrom's housing inventory. And although redevelopment activities continue to progress, construction is not anticipated until approximately 2030. Until then, RHA remains responsible for maintaining safe and habitable housing for current residents while continuing the planning and pre-development work necessary to move our redevelopment projects forward. Next slide, please. So at Neva Plaza 1 represents one of RHA's most significant accomplishments, preserving and rehabbing 142 affordable housing units. Neva Plaza 2 remains in pre-development and is planned to provide additional affordable housing opportunities for seniors on adjacent housing authority-owned property. Environmental review, financing, and planning activities remain underway, with construction currently anticipated around 2030 for Neva Plaza 2. Next slide, please. At Richmond Village, environmental review activities, physical needs assessment, and stakeholder coordination remains underway, with repositioning anticipated to be completed by the end of the fiscal year of 2027. And staff are continuing to evaluate future opportunities associated with the Hacienda Excess Lot to maximize long-term value and support RHA's and the city's strategic goals. Next slide, please. As part of the FAR's agreement recovery efforts, RHA has made significant progress addressing outstanding audit requirements. The Housing Choice Voucher Program closeout has been completed, and fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021 audits have been completed as well. Fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2024 audits are currently underway, and our goal is to begin fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 audits in January of 2027. Next slide, please. Now, while RHA has made significant progress, several long-term challenges still remain. First, Neestrom Village is more than 85 years old, and maintenance needs to continue to increase as staff address the plumbing failures, as I mentioned before, water intrusion, structural decline. Second, federal funding continues to lag behind actual operating costs, while labor, utilities, insurance, materials, and contracted services continue to rise. Third, RHA operates with only 5 full-time employees, supporting a portfolio of 783 units, while managing the public housing operations, once again, redevelopment, procurement, compliance, audits, maintenance oversight, resident services, and our 2 affiliated housing corporations. Finally, redevelopment still remains several years away, and construction at Neestrom Village and Neva Plaza 2 are anticipated for 2030, meaning some buildings will be more than 90 years old before replacement housing is even completed. Until then, continued investment is necessary to preserve safe and habitable housing for our current residents. Each year we defer an investment, the cost of maintaining these aging buildings will increase. But despite these challenges, RHA staff still continues to work towards preserving housing, completing our audits, improving our compliance, and rehabbing our units. Next slide, please. So staff recommends approval of the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 Richmond Housing Authority budget, including the requested city general fund subsidy and authorization to use available Hacienda funds. This budget is simply not a spending plan for us. It's a housing preservation plan. It allows us to maintain safe housing today while continuing the necessary work to replace the aging public housing and protect affordable housing opportunities for future generations of Richmond residents. Approval of this budget will allow us to continue the preservation while preparing for the replacement housing our residents deserve for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. It's always amazing to me how much the Housing Authority does for the people of low income here in the city of Richmond. So it's now time to open the open forum for the public.
Okay, we have one speaker, Cordell Handler.
Thank you. So good evening, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. Cordell Handler here. I have looked at the item and I don't have no problem with it. So move the item.
Okay, thank you. Anyone online? No? Okay. Public hearing is closed, and now we will go to comments and questions from council members. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you for the presentation. Quick question. Are any of the housing that we provide, are they based, do we provide housing specifically on a gender? So like women's housing, male's housing, is it all intertwined, intermixed?
It's all family housing.
It's all,
It includes families, seniors, and disabled.
okay, and it's not based on gender or anything?
No.
Okay, and then HUD is giving us about 2.2 million? Is that the total that they're giving? Or
Collectively
3.2?
with the capital fund subsidy.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So the 2.2 million, that is collectively with our capital fund subsidy. So for capital funds from HUD, you only can use them for certain approved categories, which we outlined in our 5-year action plan. So what we do have in our 5-year action plan is rehabbing units. We can do staff improvements. So if we need to upgrade our property management system, we can pay for it out of the capital funds. We just can't use the capital funds to cover salaries and benefits. So
Day-to-day
and day-to-day
operations.
operations.
Okay. Are there any potential grants that we could be, and you might have already been doing this, or any grants that we're applying for or that we could be applying for to help us not be so attached to HUD? Because
So HUD does send out alerts when there are grants available, and we do look into them. But the challenge that we're encountering at this point is that we've entered a phase of our redevelopment where HUD has accepted our application to move forward with the redevelopment. So we are not eligible to apply for a lot of the emergency grants that are out there, because when they do come across, I'm like, oh, we can use that. And then they're like, if you received your CHAP, which is a continued housing assistance payment contract that we received last year, you're not eligible to apply for those
so what
grants.
about for other projects or other ongoing, anything to chop off from the budget? Because we have 737 from operating subsidy, for example. So do we have any grants that we can go after to not be using and being so reliant on HUD?
An additional challenge is that the Housing Authority has been under the FARS agreement, which labels us troubled for several years. And so that has ruled out possibilities to have additional grant funding for the Housing Authority.
Mayor, if I may, part of the, tagging on what Director Beecham said, is that we're in an environment of decreased federal support for public housing. And so part of what, the way that I would view this is as an investment to support low-income families and unhoused families in our community, because the cost to build a new unit from scratch, right, is upwards of $700,000. And so to the degree to which we can preserve and completely rehab and add new units, that this subsidy essentially provides a significant return on investment. Because if not, right, then how we were, for example, able to bring Hacienda online, how Nevin has been completely redone except for 4 units, and we have an opportunity for there to be additional phases at both sites. And in addition, it's anticipated we're going to add additional units at Nystrom. So I would think of it as an opportunity to assist the city and also meeting the requirements of our housing element.
And just to be clear, I'm not questioning us
Yeah, no.
giving this money. I'm just trying to find money because what I see out there is HUD is not going to be increasing their assistance.
Correct.
And they're constantly changing the rules. So it was just brought up to me actually yesterday that HUD has been changing the rules around gender. So certain individuals in our community are no longer going to be qualified to go into housing because they're part of the LGBTQI community, because HUD has put that new regulation in. Right, so I just want to see if we can
Sorry
start
to hear that.
moving away, being reliant on funding that they're going to continuously decrease, and then two, putting rules on the little money they're giving us that is going to make it much more stricter for our communities to being able to get housing. So that's where I was aiming at. I'm all good with giving the subsidy from Richmond because we want to provide that housing. I just want to see if there's opportunities that we can look for so that we're not so reliant on this pot of money that is shrinking and is creating a lot more headaches for our community.
Yeah, so we are doing that with the ASIC grant, for example, at the BART station. And so there has been a lot of positive momentum with our team in supporting the development of housing, especially affordable housing. The challenge we have here is that because of the legal structure with HUD, the reason why we suggest that the council continue it is because then we have more local control. And so that's the challenge, is that they have been changing the rules, as you had said, in a very challenging way. And so, but we think it's important that we stay at the table, so then that way we can try to provide as much support to residents as possible, and then make them aware of if there's other programs that they may be able to apply for.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for answering that. That's it for now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, I need a motion.
A motion to move the item as is.
I
Okay.
second it.
Roll call.
Okay, this is for item N1. Commissioners and Councilmember Bana. Oh, she's absent. Commissioner and Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner and Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
Chair and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Thank you,
The
Commissioners.
motion passes with Commissioner and Councilmember Brown absent and Commissioner and Councilmember Bana absent.
Okay. Thank you, Council, Commissioners, and with that, we will adjourn. Which will give us the opportunity to start the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. And we'll begin that with a roll call.
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
are you here, present? Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes, I'm
And for the
here.
record, Councilmember Brown will be absent for the entire meeting. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and I have a few announcents. Items that have been requested to be removed from the consent calendar are items item W3C. That's the housing item, and that was requested by Claudia Citron. And also removing from the consent calendar is item W10E. That's the McBride Avenue Safe Routes to Park project. That was requested by Don Gosney. We have a request to add to the consent calendar item Z5, and that's the support from SB 1259, and that is from Councilmember Jimenez. And then we have a request to continue item Z1, that's the annual military equipment use report. That's a request from staff to continue that item to July 7th. We also have a request from staff to continue item Y3, that's the ordinance modifying chapter 12.19 of Richmond Muni Code on-site wastewater treatment system to July 7th also.
White three.
I have a agenda request.
Yes?
I have an agenda request. I'd like to request, oh geez, I didn't write it down. It was
Which one?
W1, I wrote an email about it. So.
W,
What is it about?
and I'm sorry, which item was it that Mr. Gosney pulled?
Item W1010E.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I should have had this prepared. It's, I would like to pull from consent, W5B for
W5B.
discussion.
And you talk to staff.
Yes.
W5B is also removed from consent. W5. And that is contract with All Star Painting. So,
Could you repeat the,
pardon me?
could you repeat the,
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the items that were taken off consent calendar?
Okay, the items
Pam?
that are removed from consent,
Can I make one clarification?
oh,
On Z5, it should note from the council offices, they normally do the letters of support on Z5 instead of the city manager if it's moving to consent.
Who's doing
On,
that?
Mayor, if I may, through you as the
Yes,
chair.
Z-
Madam Clerk, on item Z5, I was just, it should note that the council office would submit the letter of support.
Council office? Okay, so
So-
can we add that to,
so instead of the city manager,
Yes.
will be the council office.
perfect,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so would you like me to repeat? Let me repeat. Okay, item Z1, that's the annual military equipment use report, that is being continued to July 7th. Also, item Y3 is being continued to July 7th, and that is the ordinance modifying chapter 12.19 of the Richmond Muni Code on-site wastewater treatment system. Item W3C, like Charles, that's the housing item, that has been removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Also, item W10E has been removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Item W5B has also been removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Okay, item Z5 has been added to the consent calendar for approval. Did I get it?
Okay. I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Oh, we have to do open forum.
Okay,
Open forum?
no.
Your microphone.
Yeah,
What do you need?
Your microphone? Yes.
Can you repeat the question? I was distracted by the yelling from the audience.
There was no question, there was a motion.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed the statement of conflict of interest in this section. And I want to, I just want to be careful and be clear that there's a portion of the budget that addresses the TCC grant. And so I want to make sure that I, for the record, state the ongoing conflict of interest that I always state with TCC grant things. And that is that before I was elected, I was a part of the group of people who were submitted and were awarded the TCC grant. Well, elected my first time. And that grant is in motion. And while that grant is in motion, I am still the executive director of Urban Tilth, which is one of the recipients of the grant, along with the city and a number of other organizations, including the organization that my partner works for, Najari Smith, who's the executive director of Rich City Rides. So when those issues are discussed, I will not participate in the discussion. I will leave the room, and I will not vote on any of the TCC budget items. I'll recuse myself from those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we had a motion to approve the agenda items.
So are we going to open forum first?
Just
Yeah.
get to
So
the
we just-
adjournment part already. We're all over the place.
Our next item should be report from the city attorney. The final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, members of the public. No final decisions were made during tonight's closed session.
And next, we'll have a report from the city manager.
Thank you, KCRT. Next slide. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Richmond City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. You can find all of the information contained in this slide deck in the weekly report or by calling the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide. On June 9th, the community members celebrated the groundbreaking of Richmond's first universally accessible community garden designed to serve seniors and residents with disability. It was really a great pleasure to participate in this groundbreaking. I would like to thank all of the city staff involved and key stakeholders. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Beatrice, Our Lady, and Lena, as well as Robert Stevens and his firm, and Bill Kellman. It's a great, now our fourth park project under construction, and it's really amazing to have an opportunity to interact with some of the members of NIAD, outside of NIAD, and to partake in this groundbreaking. It was really a beautiful and lovely event. I'm really excited about this park. Next slide. Coming up on June 18th, the Richmond Music on the Main concert series continues. This year we will have Andre Theory starting off on Thursday, June 18th from 5 to 7:30 p.m. at the Lot. This is the first Music on the Main concert of the summer with much more fun ahead. We'd like to thank Main Street and all of the businesses that have been involved with supporting this effort. This is a really exciting time to come out, enjoy our downtown, and to please support the various vendors at the Lot. The food is amazing, and so please come out and have a great time. Next slide. The City of Richmond invites the community to attend the City of Richmond's annual Juneteenth Parade and Festival on Saturday, June 20th, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Nickel Park, which is located at 3230 McDonald Avenue. And if you haven't been there lately, there's a great new way to cross the street that improved and enhanced safety. So thank you, Public Works, for making that happen, and for all of the city staff across our organization that are organizing this event, in particular, Michelle Milam, and all of our colleagues in Public Works and in Fire. This year's celebration will honor freedom, culture, history, and community with live music and entertainment, local vendors, community performances, food, art, and crafts, youth activities, and a youth stage. Residents and families are encouraged to come out and celebrate Richmond's vibrant spirit and rich cultural heritage. For more information, please call 510-620-6512. And also, in particular, I would like to note that Joe Fisher Sr. will receive the Lifetime of Service Award. He's the recipient. And I will announce the other awardees at the subsequent city council meeting when we show all the great photos of how wonderful the event was, and also would like to thank all of the sponsors. Next slide. On July 3rd, the City of Richmond Recreation Department, in collaboration with Public Works and many other departments, prepare with our public safety team for the 3rd of July fireworks showcase. Please join us from 5 to 10 p.m. in the Marina Bay Park for the annual community celebration that features music, food, and activities for all ages. The evening will conclude with a spectacular fireworks show beginning at 9:15 p.m. Please bring your family, friends, and festival spirit and come together for one of Richmond's favorite summer traditions. If you haven't been before, I encourage you to bring a chair and a blanket and a coat, because you know it gets chilly on the shoreline in Richmond. But it's really a great event, and please come out and enjoy it and have a good time with us. Next slide. The city manager's weekly report contains valuable information for the community, and we want to make the information easier to find, read, and use. Starting soon, we will publish weekly news posts on the city website to highlight key items from the weekly report, including upcoming meetings, important dates, major project updates, and other information residents may need for the week ahead. The fully searchable weekly report is still available, and this format will serve as a shorter, searchable, mobile-friendly companion to help residents stay informed. The primary goal of the weekly report is to provide a comprehensive overview of everything that is happening in the city of Richmond across every department and every division. And so this shorter format will help highlight key activities for those who want to get information on specific things in the weeks ahead. So thank you so much, and appreciate everyone's listening to the presentation.
Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during open forum, please raise your hand at this time. The items that have been removed from consent calendar are item W3C, that's the housing item, and item W10E, that's the McBride Avenue Safe Routes Park project. If you'd like to speak on those items, please submit a pink card. We'll file a pink card with the clerk to speak on those items when they come up later in the agenda.
You missed W5B.
And W5B, thank you. Also, if you would like to speak on that item, you need to fill out a pink card. Okay, during open forum, dialogue between the council and speaker is prohibited. When your name is called, you are an online speaker, please be ready to unmute yourself to begin speaking. For speakers in the chambers, when your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium to this area closest to the wall. For safety reasons, all aisles, including the area behind the speaker's podium and staff presentation area, must remain clear. All speakers should state their name, and your city residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires.
I
Tonight?
I also want to let it be known that Z5 will not be on the consent calendar.
C5 is not being added to the consent.
Right.
And we will move it to the 23rd.
Okay. Sorry. To 6:23. Okay, so item Z5 has been moved to continue to June 23rd. Tonight, we have a total of 38 speakers, and these are in-person speakers. I do not see any hands to address the council from speakers online. So with 25 or more speakers, a maximum of 1 minute to address the council. Okay, the City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectable and appropriate manner within the established 1 minute time limit. So call your name, please come forward. Travis Keaton, Cordell Hindler, Don Gosney, Kimberly Graves, Anthony Contreras, Claudia Citron, Philip Rosenthal, Jill McLemore, Mark Wasberg, Sue Dean, McGilpin. This is our first group of 10 speakers. Please line up and be ready to address the council. First speaker, Travis Keaton.
Hello, my name is Travis Keaton. I come from Potrero, but I also come from Hilltop, so I just want to say two things. I just want to say thank you to whoever decided that for the parking citations, you sent out a letter to remind you, because that whole little process was garbage. And the second thing I want to say is I skateboard, and as a skater, I just want to say that I very much appreciate the fact that y'all doing a lot for bicycles. but the streets are garbage. Namely, I just want to point out McDonald and Nevin. And I also want to say Carlson, specifically that stretch after you get past Barrett. So it'd be nice if, you know, you don't repave one random part of McDonald, namely that one little part in front of Nickel Park, and then ignore the rest of the street, because it don't make no sense why the Hills got better streets than we do. But thank you.
Cordell Handler?
So I'll try to keep it short. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Cordell Henler and I have presented to you all the economic development plan from Walnut Creek, which they will be talking about this evening. And so when I look at this, I'm like, how can we make Richmond more friendlier? And I said, if you look at some of the images that you see there, they're bringing in retail. And I'm thinking to myself, it's wonderful to see something downtown. It would be proposing in downtown, like, we got a lot of hotels, we got a lot of retail. We need to do the same thing for Richmond. So I do want to thank the mayor's office for appointing Sherwin Harris to the McDonald Avenue Task Force, because we need to hear from other perspectives. Not only that, I will be talking with Palace Furniture later this week to get them on board to be on the task force. And with that, I'll pass.
Don Gosney?
Once again, for the record, I think this rule about silencing the public with this is ridiculous. Believe it or not, I was actually going to talk about communication today, but in order to fit it in the amount of time, I'd have to skip every other word, which would tickle you guys to death, I know. But I'm not going to do that. As it go pass on to somebody else and just remain silent, at least in front of you. I'll have to go out to the general public. Benefit of owning a newspaper. I can say whatever they want, and nobody counts the words.
Kimberly Graves?
Excuse me. Oh, Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kimberly Graves. I live in Richmond. I'm here today to ask and request that you provide dash cams with your police officers. I was recently pulled over and there was no evidence independent. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, about 69% of law enforcement agencies in the United States has dash cams. All the way back to 2016. This shows that the majority of departments have already recognized the long ago how important the technology is for accountability and public trust. Without this technology, we are left with uncertainty, which erodes public trust. In today's world where transparency is expected and necessary, not having dash cameras puts our city's standard practices in jeopardy. I am asking this council to seriously review the policies and equipment of our police department and consider making dash cameras a requirement in all patrol vehicles. Our neighboring city, which is much smaller,
Your time
El
has
Cerrito,
expired.
has that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anthony Contreras?
Good evening. My name is Anthony Contreras, a lifelong resident of Richmond, California. I'm just here to speak on behalf of an organization, Safe Organized Spaces, I believe, SOS, City of Richmond. I'm just here to speak on their behalf, just to say that they've been there for every bump in the road that I've faced. They were there to support me when I was homeless and helpless, and they just were there to guide me through what I was going through and help me get to a place in life where I wanted to be. Thank you.
Claudia Citron?
Okay. The public is entitled to observe, participate in decision-making process. And this is not with private conversation on the days, as it happened today again. This is not by special council members giving additional time to speak and then cutting off other council members, even though there was like a half an hour for Jimenez and Brown only got 3 minutes. This is not for council members to put together their special agendas and then move them around as they please without the public knowing about it. Just tonight, again, you showed that you have no understanding for how council rules work, you have no respect for procedures, and this is government corruption. plain and simple. We have a right to participate in the conversation, not by things that happen at 11 o'clock. And I just want to remind you, if I'm raising my hand at home on Zoom, there is a 45-second delay. If you immediately go to a motion,
Your time is
even though my
expired.
hand is up, I cannot speak.
Philip Rosenthal.
Hi, Council. I'd like to first of all start by thanking Council Member Robinson, Zepeda, and Bana, who are here, for allowing the flock cameras to go forward, because when we had a murder in the city recently, the murderer was almost immediately caught entirely because of our cooperation with flock with our neighboring community. Otherwise, that murderer would unlikely have been found. Secondly, I'd like to encourage the council to quickly approve and pass the contracts for police and fire. You can't possibly approve a budget until the accounting department has a chance to analyze all of the unions. The other unions have been passed a long time ago. I also want to object to the city's use of the term military equipment to describe a drone that any 10-year-old child can buy at Walmart or on Amazon. That's not military equipment, that's a child's toy.
Jill McLemore.
Hello. Yes, my name is Jill McLemore, and I was born and raised. I raised my 3 sons in Marin County, but I have been a resident of Richmond for 26 years. And I just recently joined the SOS program, and they responded right away. I was a case manager for 40 years and a disability advocate in Marin County. What my issue is, or what my concern is, my goal is to support SOS program. I see all those people. I used to do that work in Marin, provide housing and all kinds of services. But my main focus is to request that ROC police program be defunded. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg.
All you old people here in Richmond remember the 1972 riot we had in Point Richmond when we was throwing rocks and bottles at the police. We was winning, we was beating them up. Then they came out with the tear gas. It all started when the police arrested some guy. They put him in the police car, so his friend tried to get him out. And when he was walking up to the police car, the police started beating him, hitting him with the clubs and kicking him when he was on the ground. So we ran down the bar and got some more bottles. We started throwing more bottles at the police. So they started hiding behind their police cars. We started surrounding them, and then they brought out the tear gas, and then it was all over for us. Then they had the police helicopter flying above us. We was all flipping off the police helicopter. I'm sure some of you old people remember that. We had a good time that day. See, this is why they don't have no more celebrations in Point Richmond on 4th of July.
Our next speaker is Sue Dean McGilpin. And will the following individuals please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium? Jane Dean McGilpin, Carlos Torres, Irania De La Mora, Tarno Abbott, Manuel Marino, O'Neill Fernandez, Jennifer Brayfield, Janny Castillo, Terrell McMillan, and Justin Wilson. Sue Dean McGilpin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sue Dean McGilpin, and I live in Hilltop Green. Tonight, I bring a reminder to you that we need an escape route out of our neighborhood. Today, I walked from the far end of Park Central to the proposed exit at the Pinole Vista Shopping Center. It's less than 100 steps. That's how far we and how close we are to peace of mind. The only point of entry and exit is steps away from a gas station. If it is compromised for any reason, thousands of residents will be corralled and isolated. There is no way out for homeowners and no way in for emergency vehicles. As stewards for public safety, Please restore this funding and complete the project. It's a need for all of Richmond because all of you are welcome in Hilltop Green. And so, Hala, congratulations on your reelection, and I look forward to you serving once again District 4. Thank you.
Jane Dean Gilpin.
Hello, I'm a homeowner in Richmond's Hilltop Green neighborhood. Our neighborhood has a single point of entry, which is also its single point of exit. In case of an emergency at that location, which is Park Central Street and Hilltop Drive, should our exit be blocked by fire, fallen trees, a major vehicle accident, those sorts of things, no resident would be able to leave by vehicle, nor would any emergency vehicle be able to access those residents. I understand Councilmember Bonner will be seeking funding approval for this initiative again. We've been here a few times. Richmond has proclaimed public safety as a priority, and this is a case of simply funding the work that is needed for essential public safety for the more than 1,400 lives in Hilltop Green. I thank you for your consideration of this. Please approve funding for our much-needed exit.
Our next speaker is Carlos Torres. He'll be followed by Urania De La Mora.
Hello. I was once unemployed for 1.5 years, and life was rough. I was able to score a job in San Rafael, and on my third day at work, my car failed. It felt like like life was against me. I bought a bike on Facebook Marketplace for $50 and a place that could fix the brakes called Rich City Rides. I met a young Najari Smith there who fixed my bike for free. I couldn't believe it was free, but it was what Rich City Rides did. I proceeded to ride my bike across the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge every day for 6 months until I no longer had to. My name is Carlos Torres, and today I stand before you to proudly say I work for Rich City Rides now. Our programs make a difference. Our e-bike lending library program will help hundreds of community members that we've been talking to, because unfortunately my story is not unique. So I come here today to ask you all to support our library and help folks get to where they need to go. Thank you.
Urania De La Mora.
Hello, good afternoon. I really wish you guys would bring it back to 2 minutes. I think a minute is ridiculous. Makes no sense. On top of that, congratulations to Claudia. You'll be running, and I think you'll win. That's not promotion. That's just an assumption. Also, other than that, I'm singing at the flea market in Richmond, which is on Garrett Street next to North Richmond, and I've been going there since I was a child, you know. It's not really a gloating thing because, I mean, have you been to the flea market in Richmond? It's not a fancy place to grow up going to your whole life, but it is a very fun place, and I will be singing there for free. And Tim Stiles, who usually sings in San Francisco, will be singing there also on Sundays. This Sunday, if you guys want to come out and see us and support us, that'd be grand. Also, I might be singing at the Juneteenth or rapping at Berkeley next to the Ashby station. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to see if anyone lets me do a song. But thank you so much. 2 minutes. Please bring that back. Bye-bye.
Tarno Abbott.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I've lived in Richmond. I'm a homeowner for 35, or I don't know, I've lost track of the years. I'm here tonight in support of SOS, Safe Organized Spaces, to help. I would urge you to please protect their full funding allocation for fiscal year 2026, 2027. This project has done an incredible amount of work to help people who have nowhere else to go. And we know how badly it hurts with the hard economic times. Well, imagine if you had no job, no home, no family to help you. And SOS has been providing services to a population that is in desperate need. And of course, I will always urge you to keep all our arts and cultural and things like the bike project
time is
going.
expired.
Thank you so much.
Manuel Marino, followed by O'Neill Fernandez.
How are y'all doing tonight, Council? First, I want to thank you for how far you guys have taken us. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. But I'm sure my staff's like, wow, Neil's going to cut this short early. I don't want to speak a bunch of words. I want to invite all of you, as well as all of you, everybody in this room, to come any Monday or Friday from 9 to 1 and come visit us. Get to know who we are. See what we're doing. Just don't assume what we're doing. Come get to know us. Spend some time with us. So I invite all of you to 32 Harbor Way any Monday or Friday. Come walk in. Anybody wearing a shirt, say hi. I would love to see the place. Come experience us. That's it.
O'Neill Fernandez. O'Neill Fernandez.
Skip the person, then I thought I was.
That was you? Why you do that? No, I'm kidding. Manuel Marino?
I can go twice, but.
Okay, did Manuel Marino speak? No? Okay, so O'Neill Fernandez, you just spoke, right? Jennifer Brayfield.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Jennifer Brayfield. I'm a lifelong resident in Richmond, California. Just want to say thanks for supporting our programs and our revenues, because we provide a lot of things to a lot of people a lot of times, and But every day as a shuttle driver, I see firsthand how our services provide an impactful dignity to people that are already limited on the dignity of just being unhoused and judged and everything. So anyways, every day as a shuttle driver, I get to see take people to cleanse themselves and do their laundry, and the transformation is immediate. Like, people come out and say, thank you, I feel so much better, and that doesn't have a price tag on it. No budget is going to provide somebody with their dignity to feel good about themselves. So if you strip away these lifelines, chances are people will be more germy, more sick. There'll be a lot more trash in Richmond. And so basically, hygiene is a public health and dignity is a human right.
Your time has expired.
Okay, so please protect this.
Jenny Castillo.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members. My name is Janie Castillo. I'm the Director of Workforce Operations for SOS Richmond. I urgently request that you keep SOS Richmond's housing funding fully housed. I'm sorry, let me do it right. SOS Richmond's funding fully whole for the next fiscal year. Thank you. What SOS provides for Richmond residents, housed and unhoused, is unmatched. SOS is the City of Richmond boots on the ground, providing absolute essentials. These are more than basic services. They restore human dignity. If you cut SOS Richmond, you open up a massive gap in services that Richmond cannot afford. If you pull SOS funding, we lose an important part of an already under-resourced safety net, destabilizing a fragile connection between people and employment, between people and housing, and between people and hope. So thank you.
Terrell McMillan, followed by Justin Wilson.
Good evening, council members, Richmond community. My name is Terrell McMillan, and I work at the SOS Richmond Warm Hand Center that O'Neill just mentioned. One of the things we hear most often is that people just need a job. But what I wish more people understood is that employment doesn't happen with the snap of your fingers. It takes a supportive and trusted vibe that helps people to keep showing up even when life is unstable. I see that process every day. I watched as 8 members of our latest 6-week job readiness program come through our doors of the Wellness Center for their work and training. They drank coffee with us. They completed assessments with us. They worked on resumes with us. They met with our resource specialists and kept coming back. They didn't just ask for an opportunity, they put in the work. If funding for SOS is reduced, life will become harder for the people already up against the wall. Thank you for helping Richmond residents move to stability, employment, and self-sufficiency so far. We hope you continue our support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Justin Wilson, and will the following individuals please come forward? Ricardo Harros, Letitia Starling, Sambi Perkins, Marcella Hidalgo, Emily Lowry, Manuel Mendoza, Nana Johnson, Robert Pascal, Armando Litanori, and Zara Zayed. Justin Wilson.
Yeah. So SOS, they helped me out a whole lot. I knew them for a couple of years now. When my RV caught fire, they were there. And without them, I probably would have done something stupid and been in prison for the rest of my life. O'Neill, when I met him, he's cool. So please help keep SOS going.
Ricardo Harros.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. I'm just here to give a thumbs up to SOS. They've been a really good support for the community. Actually, even for Richmond Works, a lot of places that don't cover a lot of spaces here in the area. I'm a prodigy of that. I've seen a lot of differences in how they change areas and, clean up. And the efforts in that, people like to live in clean environments. They like to see people with the decency and courtesy to walk around and not have to pick up after other people. But with this, with them hearing that, they need funding and the possibility of them getting shut down, I just wanted to show a little support for them. If it's just by these words, kind words, that this community knows better and needs better, And I've ran these streets before, where it's been worse scenarios for residents to have homelessness.
Your time has expired.
But thank you for having me here.
Letitia Starling. Letitia Starling, followed by Shambi Perkins.
Hello, my name is Letitia Starling, and I live in Richmond. And I'm also here in support of SOS, funding for SOS. I went through their job readiness program. And because of that, I have a permanent job there. But I have learned, and I do see how SOS affects the community and the people that's in the community. It's a very good place to work. It's a very good place to be. A lot of people have nothing, and they come in there, and they're beaten down, and they're scared. And SOS opens up their doors to them and allow them to be like everybody else, allow them to have some dignity and feel good about themselves. So I'm asking you to please fund SOS because we need it. Richmond needs
Your
it.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Shambi Perkins.
Hello, I'm Shambi Perkins. I work for SOS, and I'm here to represent SOS. And what SOS does, for the people that unhoused, they lose their hope, and we give them their hope back. And that's something that you can't really understand unless you've been homeless. And that's something that's really important. That's what we hope. We ask for you to fund us again, please. Thank you.
Marcella Hidalgo, followed by Emily Lowry.
Hi, I'm Marcela Hidalgo. SOS gave me a chance when I needed one most, and today I get to see firsthand how something as simple as a shower and clean clothes can change a person's day. When someone experiencing homelessness can shower and put on clean clothes, they stand a little taller. They feel a sense of dignity and hope. We never know when life can change and put us in someone else's shoes. That is why these services matter. Even if we help just one person take a step towards a better future, it's worth it. Thank you for your time and your support.
Emily Lowry, followed by Manuel Mendoza.
Hi, my name is Emily Lowry. I'm here with Shelby Lowry, and we're here representing Housing Consortium of the East Bay. We're service coordinators. We work closely with SOS, and without SOS, we would not be able to do the job that we do or make the impact that we do. SOS provides a critical lifeline for individuals and families facing some of the most difficult circumstances imaginable, and the hope, human dignity, and connection that they provide is essential.
I would say that both my wife and I were homeless, and we really wish that we had known about SOS because of the services and resources that are available there. We were able to connect with a variety of people, and I believe due to SOS, you can see the forefront change in the streets in front of us, because really, truly, they're in some of the places that were considered one of the roughest, toughest during the 90s, 2000s, and up to now. And I believe that's because of the
Your time has expired. Manuel Mendoza. Manuel Mendoza.
It's my boyfriend. He's kind of scared. He's bilingual, though. My name is Leanna Duchenne, and I'm speaking on behalf of my boyfriend, Manuel Mendoza. He's been homeless in Richmond a very long time, but I have lived in Richmond my whole life, and I know that SOS is a good company due to the fact they have helped me a lot. At first, I didn't see the good with the company, but I know that they have come a long way, and I think that you guys haven't given them a chance to complete their job. They have to complete their job. You have to give them a chance because it's not done. There's a lot of homeless people still in the community that need help, and I'm one of them. The only reason why I'm not housed is due to the fact I wasn't being compliant, but all that will change, and I'm sure if you guys help them, at least, let them complete everything. It's a lot of homeless people still in Richmond that hasn't been helped. People on the train tracks, y'all got all these different problems in the community, and it's because the unhoused people, and that's unfair, and it's unfortunate towards the people who hasn't been housed. If y'all get them the funding that they need, then maybe everything will be changed. But y'all can't stop their funding because a lot of different things will
Your time has expired.
in the community.
Thank you. Nana Johnson, followed by Robert Pascal.
Hello, City Council. My name is Nana Johnson. I'm here today to talk something a little different. I have a letter that was written by a friend, Mrs. B. In the letter is regarding a serious incident that occurred on Wednesday, June 10th, 2026, during the early evening hours at the Budget Motel, located at 10621 San Pablo Avenue, El Cerrito. Mrs. B, she was the subject of threats by another member with a machete, involving a machete. We'll call him Mr. J. During this incident, she feared for her life and believed that she was being prevented from freely leaving the situation. The conduct was intimidating, threatening, and created reasonable fear for bodily injury or death. She's extremely concerned that the program administrators appear more interested in protecting the violent participant than protecting the victim of the threat. Such conduct raises serious questions regarding participant safety, program oversight, negligence, and compliance with the conditions of the county and the state.
Your time has expired.
Supporting the program. Okay.
Robert Pascal.
Hello, City Council. My name is Robert Pascali. I am a proof of work for SOS. When I met them, I was homeless, addicted, everything down on the left. They gave me a chance. They encouraged me to take care of myself, medical, and mental and everything. So I got straight, got clean. I'm now employed with them in a house. Proof that they do work. You just got to put the footwork in. So if you just fund them, a little bit more funding, other people could have the same story. Thank you.
Armando Latinero. Okay. All right. Zara Said.
Hi, good evening. My name is Zara Syed. I work at SOS Richmond. Homelessness is one of the most dire and atrocious things that we humans have allowed to happen. One of my colleagues at SOS Richmond, they explained this to me. They said that they had lived in poverty growing up, and nothing that they had gone through had prepared them for a night in the tent. They also came up with the idea that elected officials and city staff should have a simulation of that experience sometimes, and I don't think it's a bad idea. I just want to remind us all, everybody present, that it takes actual presence, trust, and accompaniment to address homelessness on the ground. And the work is very fragile. And the work of SOS Richmond is the connective work that is required. As Ms. Janey was saying, Richmond cannot afford to lose that connective tissue. So I'm asking you to protect SOS Richmond's full allocation as you make budget decisions tonight and stand behind the people who do the work. Thank you so much.
Okay. Our next speaker is Taylor Del Rosario, and will the following individuals please come forward? Angelina Rasana, Matthew Breathout, Daniel Barth, Maeli Rico, and our last speaker, in-person speaker, will be Randy Scott. She spoke already. Taylor? Okay. Angelina?
Hello. 5 years ago, I was living at the Castro encampment, trying to survive being homeless. SOS Richmond gave me a way out, and today I work for SOS using my own experience to help others who are right where I used to be. I'm writing because if we lose funding for SOS services, it's going to completely crush the homeless community here. We provide mobile showers, laundry services, and outreach, but honestly, what we really give people is dignity and a reason to trust again. Out there on the streets, you feel completely invisible. SOS changes that. If these services are cut, people aren't just going to disappear. They're going to lose the safety net. We'll see more encampments, more health issues, and a lot more people losing hope. I'm living proof that what SOS does for our homeless community works. Please keep funding us so we can keep helping people like SOS has helped me.
Persona? Persona should be followed by Matthew Breathout.
Hi. Hello, Councilman. I'm here today to urge the city to maintain its vital funding for the community's mobile shower and hygiene program for individuals experiencing homelessness. As someone who works directly on the front lines of the initiative, I see firsthand every single day this program does far more than just provide hot water. It restores human dignity, protects public health, and saves lives. It accesses basic hygiene. It is fundamental human right, yet it is one of the most difficult resources for unhoused neighbors to find. Our shower program provides safe, clean, and welcoming environment where people can come and get clean and refreshing clothes. Our shower sites serve as a trusted point and consistency cared for at our program. We are able to connect them with housing resources, mental health services, and substance use support. So please continue our funding with SOS. Thank you.
Okay. Matthew Breault.
Hello, my name is Matthew Brault. I am a volunteer with Safe Organized Spaces, SOS, and I'm speaking on behalf of them. I've been volunteering with this organization since March of this year. First of all, I would like to say thank you for the funding that you provided thus far. It's a organization that is doing really a lot of good work. I've been involved in starting an arts and crafts program there. I've seen many people come in off the street and get an hour of respite from their difficult lives. I've also been involved in helping people find employment And we've also started a 12-step recovery program there, which is helping to bring the message of hope to many people. So I would like to plead with the council to continue funding. I think it's an organization that is worthy and is helping the city of Richmond and a lot of people. So thank you very much.
Daniel Barth.
Well, thank you. You're hearing stories that are also fully explained, much more fully explained in those letters. I really do suggest that regardless of how, as things go, that you take a few moments, or a few more than a few moments, to read those letters from community members that came in independently, from the participants who come to our wellness center and our safe harbor facility, and our staff who are struggling and challenged to put down every single day their hard effort, our board members, and our community partners. So much was said in those emails, in those letters of support. But it's that hard work that I really want to focus on in the last 15 seconds, is we are family, and we are the ones that stay up late at night, the ones that get up early in the morning. That's all of us. That's all of us. This here tribe is part of that movement to put hard work into this issue. Thank you.
Mayeli Rico. And our last speaker will be Randy Scott.
My name is Mayeli Rico. I am the project manager for the TCC e-bike lending library at Rich City Rides, and I am here tonight in support of using ECIA funds for the construction of the e-bike lending library building. The e-bike lending library is not an e-bike share program. Our focus is education, long-term access, and helping residents adopt clean mobility with confidence. This building is just not a place to store bicycles. It is a place where residents can learn, attend free bike clinics and safety workshops, participate in community rides, and receive hands-on support. We want to build a space where e-bikes are the focus, but people are the priority. We know there is a need for these services because the community has asked for them. There is an entire community out there that you may not have had the pleasure to meet, but we have. We have met amazing individuals, seniors who want to stay active, workers looking for affordable transportations, and families seeking healthier and more affordable ways to get around. The more we educate people about clean mobility, the more we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve air quality, and protect the
Time
health
has
of our community.
expired. Our next speaker is Randy Scott.
Hi, good evening. I'm Randy Scott. I'm a Richmond resident. I was born in Brookside. My father owned Reese Bar for 31 years. I was raised, though, by the California Department of Corrections. For the next 33 years, that was my dad. When I got out, SOS Richmond was there. Before it was really what it is today. Without them, there's no changes happening at my level. A three-striker is not somebody you want in your mowing your lawn or getting your trash or anything else. You don't want him in the neighborhood, but SOS accepted me. And from there, I've had every opportunity I've had in the world has come through them. My home today, my other jobs today, I'm still an employee there, but my education, my giving it away to other people, speaking the language of other people where I've come from, that's the access they need that they don't have. Without SOS, we don't have that. We need SOS.
Thank you. That was our last in-person speaker. We have 2 online speakers. Jess Ward, please call the speakers.
Hey, they are Kevin Milani and Jenny. Kevin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Council, for hosting us here tonight. My name is Kevin Milani. I'm a longtime Richmond resident, and I'm the current president of Hilltop Green Homeowners Association. And I would like to advocate for our community that we do only have one ingress and egress. We do not have an emergency access at all for our community to be serviced should our main point of entry be blocked. So I would like for the council to heavily please reconsider ensuring funding for our secondary egress so that we can escape in an evacuation. And if there's a fire incident, our 1,000+ residents will be in very dire straits. Please make sure you help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jenny. If you'll please state your full name for the record, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi there. My name's Jenny Benorden, and I'm calling in today just to voice my opinion regarding the e-bike lending library. After reading about the alternative solution, which costs over $10 an hour for people to rent, I can't really see a good argument against allowing the lending library to provide e-bikes to Richmond residents for free. The Unity Park location is a central hub for so many of the city residents, and then providing opportunity to train people how to maintain the bikes. It's a great way to get around town. I'm a long-time cyclist, and it's a clean and green solution for transportation. So I just wanted to voice my opinion in favor of the e-bike lending library.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you. I need a motion.
We need a motion to approve the consent calendar, and for the record, items W3C, that's a contract amendment number 2 with Just Cities for implementation of the Housing Equity Roadmap. Item W10E, that's the roadway modification of Glen Avenue, McBride Avenue for the McBride Avenue Safe Routes Park project. And item W5B, that's a contract with All Star Painting Katy Incorporated. Those items will not be included in this vote.
Right. Motion second from anyone.
I move the consent calendar.
A second.
Councilmember Vanna?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. Okay.
All right.
Moving to the budget. That is, sorry. It's a long agenda. The budget item. Okay.
X what?
The budget item is to review proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget and 5-year capital improvement plan budget for fiscal year 26-27 through 2030 through 31, and provide direction to staff prior to final budget adoption. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time if you're joining us online. We have a few speakers in person also.
KCRT, can you please pull up the slide deck? Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council and Richmond community. I want to remind the City Council that this presentation this evening is a continuum in our budget review process. You may also recall that last week we concluded without formal direction. And so the way that we have framed the item this evening is in order to get to what we hope is a point of consensus around the budget. And so what we're going to do is we're going to walk through the budget overview process, budget development. We will hear from Administrative Chief Patrick Seals regarding the City Council request, because we were asked for an update of that going back to 2024 to the present. And then we will go into some updated information just so the council is clear regarding the opportunities that we've had collectively to work on increasing our general fund revenue. And we will go through specific near-term shortfalls and the proposed solutions. And so we're not suggesting that in our balanced budget, we're not suggesting, we're recommending the status quo, and that means essentially business as usual, and that in order to address some short-term budget shortfalls, that we would swap out some other high-priority funding requirements for those that have less urgency associated with them to enable us to complete some projects. So that is the point of our presentation this evening. And then we want to get input from the City Council on if this is headed in the right direction, so we can bring back a balanced budget for adoption next week. So the information you have before you is the draft PowerPoint that we were working on up until a little bit ago.
Point of order?
Yes.
And
Sorry, we were given a packet
that's what I'm getting to.
We have two of them. Okay.
Jerry, do you want to come highlight why there are additional presentations? And then I will finish my statements.
All right.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Jerry Garol, the accounting manager over the budget division. So you have two copies. There is probably one from Friday that was a draft as of Friday. And then there were some updates during the past few days. So that's the most updated one was dropped off just now. And that one is the same presentation that we'll be presenting this evening tonight.
And just for my own, so the one that says 611 in the corner is out of date now, and the one that says 616 in the corner is the correct one. Okay, thank you.
So as we continue on a path of continuous improvement, because generally after our Tuesday meetings, we have approximately 36 hours to turn the next iteration of the documents. Sometimes the documents that are posted on Friday need to continue to evolve to meet our quality expectations for the council and the community. And so that's why there's two versions. So next slide. So tonight, we're going to continue reviewing the fiscal year 26-27 proposed operating budget and 26-27 capital improvement plan. As noted in the staff report, you'll receive a proposed budget package for adoption next week on Tuesday. Our goal is to ensure that our shovel-ready CIP projects that are already in progress, that those are completed in a timely manner. We also want to make sure that the council is aware that recently city staff have recently applied for 4 new additional grants totaling $31.4 million. And we have new grant applications submitted in total in excess of $79 million with additional grant applications in the pipeline. And so thus far, our total grant awards at this juncture are $328 million, not including those in the pipeline. So I want to take an opportunity to thank staff for working so judiciously and collaboratively to look for opportunities to continue to augment what we're able to do with general fund revenue by maintaining so many active grant applications and active grants, because that's a heavy lift. We also want to share with the City Council and the community that what we're doing as it relates to our budget here, that we're in a very strong position relative to some of our other surrounding jurisdictions. And so we appreciate the collaboration that we've had with the City Council and the community to ensure that we are in a financially sound situation. Currently, federal policy changes, inflation, and interest rates fluctuations continue to provide a great deal of uncertainty for our budget. And in particular, we've had conversations and want to make sure that the council as a whole is aware that as we are currently receiving and earning higher interest on treasury bills and other investments, it's important to recognize that these earnings do not represent new discretionary resources available for ongoing spending. Higher investment returns are generally the result of tighter monetary policy designed to combat inflation. So the same economic conditions that generate higher yields also contribute to increased operating and capital costs throughout our organization. So the analogy I used last week was regarding the cost of gas and how it's continued to increase several dollars over the last several years. And so how it's important for us as a city to be prepared for increases in construction costs, materials, equipment, insurance, and other services that we need for our community. and that as a result of increased interest investment earnings, that those are, I want to reiterate that those are offset by inflationary cost pressures that are found elsewhere in the budget. For these reasons, we recommend that we should exercise caution when evaluating higher than anticipated earning interest. These revenues should not be viewed as excess funding capacity, as they are largely a byproduct of the same economic conditions that are increasing our costs. I also want to provide a brief update. We had a meeting with our liability risk pool, and they have notified the City of Richmond and other member agencies that we should anticipate receiving an additional assessment. That amount has not been finalized, nor when exactly it will commence, but we're anticipating, based on our conversation with them in an informal manner at this juncture, that the additional payment required will be approximately $3.5 million. So it is these types of unintended expenses that we usually have to combat as a city, that are not always initially in our financial models, and that as we go through the development of the budget process, it's important that we think of the budget as an envelope, and that as new expenses emerge and new priorities, we will have to shift the budget to accommodate those new turn of events. So I want to just reiterate that city staff and myself will continue to monitor our budget closely, evaluate potential fiscal impacts, and return to the City Council with recommendations regarding any future budgetary or funding considerations. Next slide. So this is the recommended action that was provided earlier. Next slide. Here's an overview of what we will discuss. Next slide. And this slide is to illustrate the comprehensive and thoughtful community engagement process and budget development review that has commenced. We're now in our 8th meeting. Next slide. And these are the City Council adopted goals. I do want to reiterate that it is very important that we adopt our budget on time. Financial markets do measure things like this to help gauge how we are performing financially, and we want to have the highest possible bond rating to help ensure the lowest possible potential borrowing rates for the city and its residents as we move forward, to illustrate significant financial discipline and to make sure that we can meet the needs of our community. And with that, I will turn it over to Administrative Chief Patrick Seals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Robinson, City Council, staff, and residents. My name is Patrick Seals. I'm the Administrative Chief. As a follow-up to our last City Council meeting, there was a request to do a retro analysis, just pulling in some additional requests from Council. I did that analysis and pulled in what you're seeing here on these numbers, and this document is also listed as an attachment in the checklist. At the end, I think is Exhibit B. The 24 represents the calendar year, and the 1 just represents the count. So these represent the requests that came in as a consequence of council direction, and so reviewed all the minutes for that calendar year, and you can see also at the request, the previous meeting, there was a request to include who the sponsors were for those particular items, or directors, the council members who directed the action. Next slide. So looking back over the past 2 years, there were approximately 55 requests from City Council to provide additional action to staff. Next slide. And we've also cross-referenced them against the strategic goals areas, as was the city manager highlighted, that were concluded in the end of the fall of 2023 with former city manager of Oakland, Henry Gardner. Next slide. And so these are opportunities for you to recognize or to view the council request by particular sponsor over the past 2 years, January 1st of 24 to present. And as was also highlighted at our last meeting, we are hopeful that we can also, with your direction, stand up a set of criteria so that all new requests that come forward, there's a framework for prioritization, for also sequencing those projects and requests in a way that feels equitable based on the set of criteria that we included. And if you review your last week's packet, that information is available. Thank you.
One of the other questions that was significant last week that we want to make sure we highlight is the tremendous work and effort that has happened across the city and in collaboration with the council and our colleagues to increase revenue. And so what you'll see here is that in fiscal year 2021, we were at about 188 million. And then in 24-25, we are at 256 million. And so it's very important for the city council to see that there has been a significant growth in revenue, steady increases in property tax, utility user tax. Also, our sales tax has been stable, and there has been a substantial increase also due to Measure U business license tax. And so we are anticipating moving forward that over the 5-year term, we will have increased from 188 million originally in fiscal year 2021 to approximately 310 million. So that is a significant amount of increase in revenue. So each bar chart, you'll see a number above it, and that is 16 million, 15 million, 23 million, 14 and 16 million collectively. The amount that's increased for that respective fiscal year, and then showing that the large amount of revenue that has come in. And this slide is to illustrate what took place in advance of the limited term revenue that is being excluded from the budget at this juncture. This other lovely slide at the bottom is the work that's in progress at Shields Reed. It is where a number of young people in our community, I think of it as like their living room and their play space. And so we are doing our best, not only working on the exterior, but working on the interior. And so you can see that the space is being updated and it's getting a significant refresh. So just want to acknowledge staff for the hard work that they're doing to make it happen. Next slide. And with that, I will turn it over to Emily. Director of Finance, Emily Combs.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. And the slide you have in front of you right now is a slide that you've seen before, and these are all the funds that we've secured and leveraged in the amount of about 59 million in total grants to support our in-house services. So these investments help sustain emergency sheltering, outreach, housing placements, and program operations. It's a strong foundation. But much of this funding is one time and requires continued planning for long-term sustainability. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director. Mess it up again.
Thank you, Emily. Mayor Martinez, council members, for the record, Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. This slide highlights the near-term project shortfalls identified at the June 9th study session. These funding gaps are needed now to deliver complete projects that are already in construction or nearly in construction. For the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2, the additional funds are needed for intersection improvements, including ADA curb ramps, upgraded signals, and required trash capture devices that help keep our waters and creeks clean. At Point Molari, the funding will close the gap between the construction estimate and the actual bid, allowing the project to move forward and be completed as designed. At Shields Reed, the shortfall is tied to a PG&E required change during construction. And at Wendell Park, the gap covers the purchase of a restroom that was omitted from the original bid, but is essential to deliver the full scope of the project. Across all 4 projects, there is very limited scope that can be removed without altering the intent and function of the improvements. That's why staff is recommending that these funding needs be addressed now so we can deliver the projects as intended and avoid disruptions or redesign. Next slide, please. Regarding the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2, just to give you an idea what this project is about, Talking about a complete street project that is going to have improvements. You see a picture of the current conditions. Can the next slide, please? And how it's going to look afterwards. You're going to add bike lanes, trees, and more to accommodate all modes of transportation. Next slide, please. Regarding the locations of the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2 that we want to incorporate, we're talking about 2 intersections, Wright Avenue and Regatta Avenue. We also talk about installing trash capture devices and curb ramps at Hull Avenue, Potrero Avenue, and Holman Boulevard. Next slide, please. These are the locations at Wright Avenue. And you can see on the right side what upgraded design we're talking about. We're talking about adding concrete sidewalk, curb ramps, and detectable surface, full signal upgrades, including fiber optic connection. Next slide. Regatta Avenue, we're talking about 2 new crosswalks, curb ramps, and detectable surface, new sidewalk, median curb extensions, rapid flashing beacons, 6 of them, relocating bus stops. Next slide, please. These are the trash capture devices that we need to install, and this is a requirement with the water board that we need to install not only in these locations but in others by 2030. Next slide, please. On Hull Avenue, we're talking about curb ramps now. We're talking about 2 new crosswalks, curb ramps, and detectable surface, new sidewalk, and relocation of bus stops. Next slide. Potrero Avenue, installing curb ramps in all the corners. Next slide. And Hoffman Boulevard, same thing, curb ramps in the 4 corners. Next slide. Regarding the Point Molari, I want to make this distinction. I know there's many community members very interested in this area. We are talking about 2 separate projects, even though they're connected, but they're separate. The first one is the trail. You can see it in the orange line along the shoreline. That trail is currently under construction. Right now, it requires $1 million to be completed. And there is a section, a gap, the blue circle, that is Project 2, that is the beach stabilization, that we need to stabilize the beach and construct the trail. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, for the Point Molari Bale Trail project, the one that we are currently under construction in partnership with the East Bay Regional Park District, we have a shortfall of $1 million that we need to cover. Next slide, please. Then we mentioned also the Shields Reed and Wendell Park. In Wendell Park, we're talking about a shortfall of $435,000 for the installation of a new bathroom. And for Shields Reed, a shortfall of almost $200,000 for PG&E improvements in bioswale relocation. Next slide, please. And I'm going to pass it now back to Finance Director Emily.
Thank you. And we wanted to highlight again Assembly Bill 1383, which we've been talking about throughout the budget sessions. So to stay consistent, I'll mention it again. This slide highlights the estimated annual fiscal impact of that Assembly bill, which we're projecting to be approximately $1 million. And this bill would make several major changes to pension rules for public safety employees, raising that salary cap for PEPR employees, and lowering the retirement age for PEPR safety employees from 57 to 55. So these shifts would increase the city's pension costs going forward. And while the immediate impact is estimated around $1 million annually, the long-term effect would compound and would increase our unfunded liability going forward. We're also highlighting this again since this bill has seen significant momentum at the state level. Just given how quickly it's advancing, we are planning as though approval is likely. So this slide summarizes the action staff is recommending based on the analysis you've seen today. We're asking that council direct staff to move forward with the funding options to close that $2.676 million in project shortfalls. These adjustments would allow us to keep the CIP balanced. It would allow us to keep the operating budget balanced while ensuring that these projects that are already underway can be completed as intended. we will incorporate these changes into the CIP and then continue moving forward with the operating budget as it's been presented, the status quo budget. So today is the opportunity for council to provide any final direction before we bring that full budget package back to you 7 days from today. We also want to acknowledge the city's current vacancy rate on here. The budget before you tonight assumes a 12% vacancy rate to balance that budget. And that will continue to evolve as MOUs are approved, and we'll need to increase that vacancy rate in the future to help balance the budget. And with that, this is the recommended action before you this evening. And that concludes our presentations.
And Mayor, can I just take a moment to acknowledge all the staff in the audience and everyone throughout the city who's assisted with the budget development. This is an extremely heavy lift, and so just want to acknowledge and thank all of the colleagues that have been involved, and also acknowledge finance being willing to be innovative. They, for the first time this fiscal year, they essentially rolled the budgets forward, and so that reduced an extremely heavy lift for many of our colleagues and made it a much more streamlined process. So I want to acknowledge our finance team for being innovative and bringing new ideas into implementation.
So staff in the audience who has contributed to this, could you please raise your hand so we know who to applaud? I saw that they stretched all the way to the back of the room. Amazing. Yes?
I have questions. Is it time for questions?
No, we're going to do public comment. So public comment is open.
Okay. For this item, we have 5 in-person speakers, and we have 3 online speakers. Speakers in person are Cordell Hendler, Claudia Citron, Bruce Byard, B.K. Williams, and Tarno Abbott. Cordell?
Thank you. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. I am Cordell Hendler, and I am a very optimistic person. And why? Because as I was reviewing the budget, and if you recall a few weeks back, I showed you my checklist because I'm all about positions. I'm all about it because every department needs staffing because it'll like carry the work load off of the director and direct it to another person. So I'm all for that. So I do thank finance for putting all these presentations together as I've heard in the last few weeks. So until I'm not pessimistic, I'm very optimistic, but that'll change by next week once I see the whole budget package. And with that, Claudia, it's all yours.
Claudia Citron.
So I'm going to repeat what I read last time. Council safety, public safety and core municipal services should be city's highest priority. Ciclovia is not a measurable improvement for neighborhood walkability and does not cut through traffic. School districts and unions are legally responsible for providing adequate educational workforce programs. The city should not replace those responsibilities. Council liaison functions should not be consolidated. Greater accountability and separation is needed. Funding priorities are traffic signal programs, street paving, and road rehabilitation. Adding traffic management and congestion mitigation, emergency response capacities, fire protection services, police services, and public safety infrastructure. Art corridor funding is inessential to a certain MET. It's not infrastructure needs. A fire station rebuild needs to happen. So needs SOS, tiny home village expenditure for $200K for 1 year per year is ridiculous. It needs forensic audit. Point Mulatto maintenance expenditures need to be justified through a transparent reporting. $250K annually. It was a surprise even to Cesar that most of Point Mulatto still belongs to the city. ONS has a huge budget and only serves 96 people last year. The bike share program is still unnecessary compared to other budget needs like employee Taxpayer funding should be prioritized towards programs with measurable results and demonstrated community benefits. Essential services, infrastructure, and public safety should be funded before discretionary programs are being funded. And that includes my presentation. I'm sorry I was fast.
Bruce Byard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Bruce Byard. I'm the chair of TRAC, Trails for Richmond Action Committee. TRAC supports the excellent recommendations staff has presented to you for funding the shortfall in 4 priority capital improvement projects. Our highest priority, and I hope yours too, is completing the Point Malati Bay Trail section. It's under construction. It'll open 2.5 miles of shoreline to public access where there's none at all now other than the beach park, and also has the most widespread and strong public support. Last week, you received about 50 emails from all residents of all parts of Richmond, from Pogo Parks, Save the Bay, Citizens for East Shore State Parks, TRAC, and others. This Point Malati Trail will expand opportunities for walking, bicycling, wildlife viewing, environmental education, outdoor recreation for residents of Richmond and visitors alike. By opening access to a previously inaccessible piece of shoreline, the trail will carry out City Council strategic goals areas 3 and 6, improving the quality of life and community health and addressing shoreline ecological issues. The Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2, the improvements Mr. Chavarria outlined to you are also very important. Marina Way South is a section of the Bay Trail, and this project is very important for providing a protected bikeway there. There's not even a bike lane there. There's nothing there for bicyclist safety. So Richmond Wellness Trail Part 2 is also very important to TRAC and its Bay Trail mission. So thank you, and I hope you will adopt and embrace staff's excellent recommendations for covering the shortfall in these 4 projects, as well as the neighborhood parks, which are under construction and need more funding. Thank you.
Our next speaker is B.K. Williams, and our last in-person speaker will be Tarno Abbott. B.K. Williams.
Hi, thank you. Mayor Eduardo Martinez and council members, it's good to see you again. So much of what I've heard in here today, words like the arts corridor being unessential, it just made me change my whole framework of being here and the reason I'm here. But I also sat through all of the support for SOS when I came in. And I wanted to say that the items that you choose to support in your budget represent your values. And I think that some of the initiatives that the community has brought forth also are the values of your community. And those things I hope that you will find a way to keep in the budget. Things like the arts corridor. I want to talk about the arts corridor because you gave us a charge. I'm with Richmond Renaissance. You gave us a charge in 2023 to provide a strategy for an arts corridor. Arts has the capacity to change people's lives, and I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to work with SOS because I am more proud of what they did and what they brought forth tonight than probably I've ever been. But I also sat on the task force for 4 years of my life as a volunteer, and we worked for things like Youth Works, and we worked for SOS, and we worked for things for the community. And then later we came to a conclusion that we also wanted to work with the arts corridor because it has the potential to create economic value in the city. It has the potential to bring community together, just like we work with SOS. We've worked with other components of the community, and all of that because arts helps to build communities. So I hope that in your valuation of what's important to you, the things that you will preserve, the values that you have, I hope that the arts are part of that, and I hope that the Black Resiliency is part of that. I hope that SOS is part of that, and I hope your values are the same as ours. Thank you.
Tarno Abbott.
This is what do you call it, a process question first before you start my time?
No.
I didn't hear you call X1. I heard you call a name of an agenda item, and I believe people signed up late or wanted to sign up late because they didn't know what item you were calling. And I would ask that you allow them to speak if they're still here and they want to speak. My name is Tarnell Abbott, and I'm a longtime resident, homeowner in the City of Richmond. I love Point Melati, and I'm worried that the bike trail will cut out part of the Point Melati beach and use riprap, which is not the correct current understanding of what should be done in a sensitive area. The bike trail should happen, but it should be rerouted, and it should definitely not compromise the beach. I support SOS and many other community programs, including that are included in the Reimagining Public Safety. I therefore urge that you would adopt option 1 to preserve these things. And yes, art does save lives, and SOS is saving lives, and bicycle access is saving lives. And the community needs are being torn apart here in a way that is not right. And please support these grassroots community programs. And yes, of course, I love our parks as well. But please remember that the human need is so huge, and you can't cut one to save the other. You have to give, everybody's going to have to cut back a little if that's what happens. The main overuse of money in the City of Richmond.
Your time has expired.
Is the management staff that gets bigger and bigger and bigger budget.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers, and we currently have one speaker.
Okay, and the speaker is listed as Planning Division. If you'll unmute yourself and please state your name for the record, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Kevin Tisdale, President SEIU. Want to make a few comments. Just 1 second. Apologize. So SEIU worked collaboratively just a few years ago, back in 2021, and in that time with the city, as well as different community partners and residents, as many of our members are, that live, work, and play in Richmond when funding measures fell short. Those measures include Measure U, documentary transfer tax, and the Chevron General Fund settlement. These actions changed the direction and attitude of the city from fiscally troubled to fiscally sound. Acknowledging raising the vacancy rate to 12%, while the actual vacancy rate is at 19%, shows the city is, again, saving citywide a lot while leveraging the services of the community that are so desperately needed. We need a line-by-line review of the budget so that the council and the public can properly identify the various budget items and funds to be expended. I yield my time.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Then public comment is closed. And it's time for questions and comments. So I will, since we have so much to do, I'm going to time people. So everyone has 5 minutes to comment or ask questions. Councilmember Wilson.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to just start off by, especially given the fact that we had so many community members coming to speak on behalf of SOS, I wanted to sort of ask a question to make sure I understand to what extent our home unhoused services on the chopping block, so to speak, in this budget. If I understand it correctly, last week there was a presentation saying that there was a 2.6 million in projects, and then as a way to sort of close that budget shortfall, unhoused services and the arts corridor and a couple other things, some council initiatives were sort of all raised as possible ways to close that funding gap. But then, although we didn't take a vote on it, I think from the comments, staff then went away last week and came back with some alternative ways to close that 2.6 million budget shortfall that do not change our allocation for unhoused services or the arts corridor. Am I correct?
The previous budgets that were shown to council indicate that the services that were available in those particular budgets remain. But that doesn't mean that services will be available to a specific service provider. Staff have to follow the appropriate procurement processes that are outlined in the Richmond Municipal Code. So I just wanted to provide that clarity that there are essentially buckets within the budget. And yes, there is still budget allocation for the arts. There's still budget allocation for unhoused work.
And are those essentially the same allocation as we did in the last fiscal year, or has it gone up or down?
There's a slide. Emily, can you indicate the slide that has the unhoused funds that you went over, so then we can see if there is a differential? Because what's important about the unhoused work is it's not just funded by general fund dollars. It's funded by various sources, including ERF 1, 2, and 3. So if you look at fiscal year 25, 26, you can see that there were other funding sources that were applied for. So ECIA funds were identified and provided, Housing First funds. Also, you'll see that there is a continued allocation of reimagining public safety for different amounts. And that's increasing, as well as the unhoused emergency services. And you can see that, and I'm looking at the right column all to the right where it says fiscal year 26, 27 balanced. And so you'll see that the total unhoused expenditure planned for unhoused interventions is 19.9 million.
I guess the point that is important here is how much of the general fund is going to this?
We can go back and look specifically, but it would be the 1.32, the 309, the 500,000. So then you're at 1.6, 2.1, 2.5, 2.15 and change. Mubin, do you want to do the math on Excel? It's in excess of $2 million from my math.
Okay, so, and I take your point that as part of budgeting, it is not our job as city council to promise money to any specific vendors or contractors. But from what I can understand from this slide and what you just said, we're not making any sort of cuts to our overall budget for unhoused interventions.
Correct, but I'm not privy to, and I would defer to Director Velasco and Jesus on, where they're at in the contracting process, where the contracts are, and what the status of the procurement is. Okay. I'm not privy to that, okay. But there is a significant amount of general fund dollar investment here, as well as the Home Key project, which is meant to provide 49 units of transitional housing, is anticipated to come online in September.
Okay, so I hope that's reassuring for the folks who came out and spoke about that service and those programs, that we are going to continue to invest in those. I also have questions. I sent some of these via email, and so thank you for Public Works Director Chavarria for answering, but I just want to make sure for the community that they understand this as well, is that you've heard me talk about before, my concerns about the Bay Trail, the position of the Point Melati Bay Trail, and the impact that trail is going to have on the Point Melati beach. And I'll do another, if I understand it correctly, question, and if you can just verify that I have it right, and this is based on what you told me over email, is that what this current version of the budget is doing is proposing that we take 1 point something million, I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me, that is we had sort of already set aside for shoreline stabilization, and saying, well, we're not going to do the shoreline stabilization project this fiscal year anyway, so we can take that money and put it towards what's shovel-ready, which is completing some part of the Bay Trail. And then my question for you was, well, by putting this money forward, before we have a clear vision of the position of the trail and the shoreline stabilization solution, is it riprap, is it something else? I'm uncomfortable spending on this before I understand what I'm spending for. And what you explained to me is the part of the trail that is controversial, which is the part of the trail that goes along the beach, is not the part of the trail that we're talking about funding right now. Is that correct?
So let me show you the first slide that it was showing there, KCRT. Yeah. So the amount that we're talking about is $1,250,000, right? That is an allocation to the Point Mullally Trail Beach Stabilization Project. That, as you said, said it right, is a project that right now we are discussing the solution, right? In fact, there's a lot of stakeholders that we're reaching out right now and discussing that. So it's an amount that we're going to need at some point, but we don't need it right now, right at this moment.
Okay.
However, we have the Point Mullally Bay Trail project that is under construction right now, that we need the funding, and we need $1 million.
Right.
So it's not the one-to-one, it's about the bottom line, as you see there in the table, $2.676 million. So that is our recommendation at this point. If we don't want to touch anything else, okay, let's do that while we make more progress with the Point Mullally Trail Beach Stabilization Project.
And I appreciate that, and that makes sense to me. And sort of the last piece that maybe I didn't explain very well is, one of the things I think I said last week is, well, I don't know if I want to give $1 million to the Point Mullally Bay Trail until I have some reassurances that the trail is going to be positioned in a way that doesn't require the maximally invasive shoreline stabilization. But I believe what you and others have told me is the part of the trail that I'm worried about, which is the part along the beach, is not the part that we'll be funding with this $1 million. Like, there's a gap that the city, like, there's a piece of trail that I'm sort of looking over at Bruce Bayer. Maybe you can, I don't know, because do you know what I'm talking about? Like, there's a piece of the trail that is under city control, and it's not the Parks Department or anybody else who controls the position of it. Is this familiar to someone?
Correct. The Point Mullally Trail Beach Stabilization Area, right, that also has a piece of the Bay Trail, is in city property.
Right.
So nobody has control but us.
And we decide where to place the trail as well as what so you're not reassuring me.
What happens is you make it sound that we have multiple options, right? I mean, there are limitations, there are special sites, there are constraints, topographical constraints. There are, and with those topographic constraints, you have financial challenges, right? If you want to make a mega project, it's going to cost you more.
Right.
So our job is to provide a solution that that is engineerily sound and that financially sound. And that's what we're working right now. And that's why we're meeting with so many different stakeholders about it. Because some stakeholders are concerned about one specific item, others other items, and sometimes those get in conflict. So that's why.
And I know there's a meeting on Thursday, so maybe we'll have more clarity after we discuss a little bit more.
Correct.
Okay,
But the other thing is, the $1 million that we're asking is for the project for which we have commitments right now. We have an agreement with another agency. We have a contractor ongoing. I mean, it's like we have it there. It costs us $1 million right now.
Right.
We delay it. I guarantee you it's going to be more. I don't know how much. It depends when we do it. And the gap that we right now are facing in this trail will be bigger.
And from my perspective, so I agree, I hear what you're saying, as we do have a little bit of the power of the purse strings here, and I agree that, like, there's lots of constraints, including budgetary ones, that we have to take into account, but I think sort of as a condition of providing this money, I'd like to get some more reassurance that everyone involved is doing everything they can to position the trail in a place where it doesn't require us to cover the whole beach in concrete, so.
Well, the only assurance I can give you is the assurance I gave when I started as your Public Works Director, that we were going to make progress. And if by now we have not proven that, it's going to be very difficult for our team to convince anybody else that we're going to make progress at this point, that we have a team, we have a more organized structure, in a very sound financial support in the leadership of the City Council, city manager, and its staff from other departments.
Mayor, if I may just respond to the question about the unhoused, if we can go back to slide, what was it, 12? So there you'll see in the middle, total city funding, $9.615 million. And so if you take out the Home Key project, which is a loan from the general fund, that means that the city is providing $2,179,948 to support unhoused services in the current budget that is being proposed. That doesn't include the ERF funds, which are below in the amount of $10.3 million. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
So first, I wanted to say thank you. This is really a helpful way to look at all of these things, and I also thank you for going and using your expertise to find ways to cover the budget shortfalls. I really appreciate that. Makes tonight a lot easier. I had one question for future. My other question was answered, so I have one question for future, and that was, I would really wonder if we could see the increase in revenue from non-housing related economic development, i.e. sales tax or business license tax or any other that's from non-housing related economic development over a term, over 5 to 10 years, like we were looking at. I find this slide 11 really informative, which shows kind of increase in revenue overall. But I would also like to understand how this would look if we're looking at only that kind of economic development, non-housing related economic development. Just for future, I don't know when it's most appropriate to do that, but it would be helpful for my understanding. And then, is that possible just at a future?
I think so, but what I'm trying to, and Antonio, feel free to jump in. Part of when I think about non-economic development, then I would, so are you wanting
Non-housing,
us
so
to
I'm not talking about the sale of houses or property taxes. I'm more
Okay, so
talking about
assessed
revenue
values.
that's generated from businesses and business activity.
Okay, so
Sales
exclude
tax,
from the,
yeah.
so exclude from the analysis the taxes that, the assessed values and the increases in assessed values related to housing, but include the commercial, but include the other sectors in the assessed value. So just exclude, so this analysis, but excluding the assessed values of residential.
I'm trying to understand how business activity in specifically impacts and it contributes to our revenue.
Okay, we can also, yes, we can do that, and then we can also, Antonio, we can break it down by sector.
Yeah, that would be really helpful.
And we'll have to be thoughtful about, disclosure and how much we can't talk about specific businesses, but we can talk about the categories.
Categories are great.
And we will do our best to have it go back to fiscal year 2021, but we may need a couple of days after we publish, since Friday's a holiday. So we'll do our best to have that for Tuesday, and if not, it'll be, we'll email it shortly thereafter.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Inform my understanding in how we invest in economic development.
Okay.
And then lastly, one of the questions that I have is I'm really happy that we were able to find the funds to make sure that the projects that are in motion can complete. But I do wonder if we can consider making sure that the funds that were found from those different budget items on slide 13, can we make sure that if funds become available in the budget for any reason, we get a grant and it replaces something or something like that, that we go back and fund those items that we cut before we fund something new, unless it's an emergency. That is a question I'm putting to my fellow council members. It's something that I think would be fair and I'd like to see. I know that the things that were cut were also things that are needed, and we're trying to kind of juggle things.
Can I suggest we consider it like the bike rack? So it's not in the parking lot, these other items, right? Starting with the corporation yard, but we'll think of them as being in the bike rack. And so if additional revenues become available, then we'll try to work through these unless, as you mentioned, there's something else that's a higher priority. Like if there's some new, I'm making this up, right? Like every day, once a week, I get an email from Public Works about what they're bidding, and they tell me if we come in on budget or if there's a shortfall. So unless there is a new shortfall or something, some other emergency, that we would look to the bike rack list.
If there was some way to do that in where we ensure that, what am I trying? I'm trying to say that, you know, in my mind, these are also things that are in motion that need to be completed. And so if we can make sure that they have the appropriate priority so that they can be completed if funds become available.
Yes.
And if it's okay, if I might add, in the staff report, we do indicate for a couple of the projects like the Parks and Open Space Program and the Point Mulati Trail Beach Stabilization, that part of the reason why we looked at this list is because those are grant eligible and that we would be pursuing grants. So
yeah, no,
I
I saw that, but I just want to make sure that, you know, again, I just
Make
want to,
sure.
I don't want them to fall into nowhere land and be kind of unfinished.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We're here again. Happy City Council Day.
And you and your colleague to your, well, 3 colleagues are almost have on the same kind of aubergine color.
We all got the memo.
And 2 other
But
ones. And then
it's only 3 because then we break the Brown Act if we pass the memo along to more than 3.
Yeah.
See? Don't start my time yet. That was just a funny. Okay. The shortfalls, I'm trying to understand a little bit more. I'll start on that page there. Can you tell me more? How do we get to them? Did we underplan? Did things just get more expensive? Are we changing the scope?
So
I know for the bottom 2, but I don't know about the top 2.
Right. So with Point Mulati, generally when you start a project, you have like a rough order of magnitude. And then as you design the project, and then you might find that there's other things that you need to amend, then it increases. So can KCRT, can you go to the Point Mulati Trail item, which is on 23 and 24? Okay, next slide, please. So this is a breakdown of the cost. So you'll see, like in 2021, a lot has changed since then. You know, we're almost 6 years in by the time we actually will probably get to construction, and you can see that the how we're getting to the increase in cost from 4.2 million to 5.5, and hence the $1 million shortfall. A lot of times when we request grant funds for projects, also they don't always fund things like project management or the % for public art ordinance or contingency. And we know from construction in this area that it's important that we have contingency and that we also make sure that we have appropriate tribal monitoring. So that's a breakdown of how we get to the 5.2 million.
Thank you. And then how much of the Bay Trail is going through the new East Bay Parks land? I'm looking at their map and it looks like we're going, so I'm trying to figure out, are they also giving us some funding since it looks to be going through some of their property?
About the specific miles, one or the other, I'm going to let Darcy Delashmont, that she is online, to answer that question. But this is a project that is in coordination with the district. The city council approved it. The city council has adopted the agreement with them, and in the agreement, the district bid the project for both sections, their section and the city section, and the city contributes to the project.
So they are giving money towards it,
Well, they're not giving us money. They are investing in their property, their side of the property.
in their chunk of the orange line.
Yes, but we can get I want to acknowledge that Darcy has been attending a training, and so we'll see if she has that information by mile. And if not, we can try to provide that information for the next meeting.
Thank you. And I don't know.
Hello, everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody, Mayor and Council. This is Darcy calling in, and apologies that I can't be there in person, but howdy, because I just flew in from Texas. I was able to attend a really great sustainability conference. And so just to clarify some of these questions, the total trail is 2.5 miles long, and it's almost an even split between East Bay Regional and city property, so 1.25 miles each. And when the shortfall occurred between the 2021 construction estimate and the 2025 bid, that was the $1 million that we're discussing today. It is actually a greater differential than the $1 million. It was closer to 2, and so that is split evenly between the two entities. Now, if there are change orders that are associated with city property specifically, then those will be city responsibility 100%. So at this time, it's a split, but there is a possibility that some items will be city responsibility. So hopefully that answers, but feel free to follow up with questions.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And if we approve this here, I'm hoping that, and I agree with Councilmember Wilson, that we kind of make sure that we're not encroaching into the beach area and into that area there. I've walked it before, and it's going to be, I mean, there's no way around it. So I think we have to figure out a way to maybe push it back a little bit. So if there's any chance that we can look at that, I would appreciate it. In regards to, and thank you, Darcy, in regards to the trash captures, I see it twice in the budgets. So I want to make sure, is it being counted twice, or am I just seeing it twice? So on slide 16, we've got $71,000 for trash capture devices. And then in the one of the other attachments, I believe it's about $9 million for trash capture. So are we?
We need a lot of trash capture devices.
And I know we do, but $9 million is a lot. So why are we putting in more money separately? Why not just count it in as a part of the $9 million? Because we're already saying that the wellness trail is short by $1,045,000. So if we.
For those tough questions, Councilmember Cepeda, we bring our ace, Avinash Nadan.
Perfect.
Good evening, Council. Avinash Nadan, Finance Manager 2 in the Budget Division. To answer your question, Councilmember Cepeda, the $9 million that you see in the other attachment is a Caltrans grant-funded project, and it's a bigger trash capture devices in different locations. The 71,000 shortfall is part of the Richmond Wellness Trail project, and it's completely different from the other.
So we can't borrow from that $9.7 million?
That's Caltrans funded. We cannot do that.
No, so it's a mini and a super size.
I get it. I'm trying to find the money anywhere we can. I want movies for all somewhere. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. And then for Terminal 4 wharf removal, I see it again under proposed 2627. Are we doing more for Terminal 4? What else are we removing?
And Rita, our finance czar for economic development and port, if she wants to assist in answering that.
We can bring our ace again, City Manager.
Just stay there.
The Terminal 4 project is completed in terms of the construction. What we're doing right now is the monitoring, which is required and it's grant funded. And that's the budget that you see under economic development for next fiscal year.
So the $1.1 million is grant funded?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Avinash.
All right, grants are good. And then I had mentioned earlier to the city manager that there's a proposed ballot measure, Initiative 1983, that's potentially, if passed by the voters, it could undo tax measures passed by the city, retroactive, for anything not passed over a 60% threshold. There's a couple of them that are in danger, the 2014 Measure U, for example, and others. So could we get a list in the next agenda, in the next budget, to see what's in danger, and then how much?
We are currently working with the League of California Cities. And the city managers have met, and we meet with the league and, the county monthly. And so I'm not sure, given the other items, that we can have that on the 23rd, but we can try to have it in early July, because we have the holiday on Friday. And then we need to enter the new budget for the fiscal year so people can get paid expeditiously and we don't have a break or lull in services. So we'll try to do it as soon as possible, but no later than the beginning of July.
Thank you, because I think that'll be important to know what's at risk, because we might not have the money come January 1.
And we would appreciate the city council, if it moves forward, to support education and outreach. So we'll make sure to give you an opportunity to spread all the positive news.
Thank you. And then for the key initiatives on one of the attachments, I'm sorry, there's so many, I don't know where they came from that. Who created that list? Actually, it's on the budget, the staff agenda.
Patrick Seals created the list from your minutes that were approved by the city council and from the agenda items that you submitted in eScribe. So there was the eScribe check, and then the minutes were checked.
Because some of them, I don't remember them as being agenda items. They were like one-time funding, but I'm seeing multiple year funding. So I'm just kind of curious.
I don't have them. I don't have all of 50 plus memorized. So if there's any specifics, we welcome feedback on the question.
Again, I'm just out of curiosity, but it's I co-sponsored the item, the immigration services. So the amount is $700,000. We already gave $1 million the first year. That was the original motion. So 700 every year, is that?
Oh, okay, so that one in particular, what we did, and Gabino Arredondo can come speak to this if he has additional context. If I understand the staff recommendation correctly, it was because we weren't going to expend the entire $1 million within this current fiscal year. And so because of the high priority need in this area, right, that we would then request a reappropriation for the balance in a subsequent year. So it's essentially, because it's not a capital project, right? Then you have to reappropriate every fiscal year. Same thing with Black resiliency. We haven't expended those funds, so we're reappropriating for the subsequent fiscal year.
Got it. Or I see there okay. So then that just means we haven't spent it. We're just moving it forward until we fully
right. But the technical term is the council has to reappropriate it. So we include it in the budget for your adoption.
Okay.
So, and sometimes it's hard because all of this, none of this is automated yet, right? I mean, there are some components that we can roll forward, but a lot of this is manual. So from time to time, something does get omitted, and when the council brings that to our attention, we fix it.
Thank you. And then in regards to the citywide fleet, I don't know, electric vehicles are my thing. I want to make sure that as we're doing the citywide fleet, are we now looking at EVs, because we're getting closer to 2030?
When we,
yes, perfect.
Yes.
And then a much bigger question, are we making sure that we're buying local? Because the past couple agenda items, I haven't pulled them because I don't want to pull them, but
we'll do our best.
Buying local keeps our taxes local.
Local vendors have the opportunity to provide their proposals, but if they don't do it, we cannot go to them and just give them a contract.
I
so
agree.
They have to provide proposals.
One of the last
we have
agendas-
reached out to them, and I mean,
I'll reach back out to them again, but one of the last agendas had a sole source. So that means nobody had the opportunity to bid. So
Sometimes there's specific equipment that, like if it's available now and we need it quickly for the department, especially as it relates to public safety, then we do, sometimes staff will do a piggyback contract because we need to make sure, just for the safety of the personnel, that we have the appropriate vehicles.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
your point is well taken, and we'll continue to reach out to them.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're going to EVs. Thank you. And then I know that we're approaching finalizing Shield Reads. And in there, I know a couple of months, very exciting when we got the updates. Were we able to add safety windows and remove the bars?
No, we have not been able to do that, but we did, as you know, we got a new water fountain. We painted Darcy and Darren and I, and we've been on our HGTV Community Center edition. We have new sidewalks, we have new signage, we have.
Peppa the Pig.
Peppa the Pig is there. Tomorrow I need to get over there and drop off the books. The kids today were swimming. Troy tells me that's what I was talking to him about, like how there were 80 kids there today. So I think overall with the new public art that's going up around the center and all the great work we were able to do with city staff, they're painting, new furniture is arriving tomorrow. So when you walk in, it's going to look nice and refreshed. So it's really exciting. It's going to look like we have a new weight room. The gentleman who was our reading tutor there, he's in Youth Works, and he's going to be working in my office this summer as a youth worker. Let's see what else positive came out of the Shields Read visits. It was just great all around.
No, you've been doing great stuff.
Thank you.
For a
I'm
while,
having
so
fun
thank
at
you,
Shields Read.
At
It's
Shield
like
Read, so thank you.
Yeah.
But again, we're almost there, and removing those bars will just make that
Well,
center
you know,
look so much
I
better.
defer. Well, apparently we have to. As I mentioned to some of you, you may know that people have been trying to steal the fence. And not just the fence, the construction fence, but the whole fence around the soccer field.
Give them the window bars.
Well, so I don't want it to come to the park and the whole fence is gone. So we're going to incrementally, try to continue to implement SEPTED there. And we are working with community services staff, with ROC staff, with ONS staff, and, obviously, separately with the police department to really make sure that when this facility comes online, that we're collaborating with the community and try to keep it as nice as possible.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll still make that request, but thank you.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for balancing the budget and keeping the items that you call discretionary. So I just have some quick questions. Is the wildfire ad hoc committee's budget in place?
If the item says that it's not completed in key initiatives, and if there wasn't a specific recommendation for appropriations of those 55 items, then all of those 55 items are not in the budget. So your key initiatives, those are the 55 items. They're, to the degree that we had a specific request for a dollar amount, they were included. But I'm not sure if Chief Osario or Mubin or Emily can answer that.
I believe the. Go ahead. Oh, there you go. Definitely above my pay grade.
The only items there's 4 recommendations. The only one that is in Public Works budget is the 200,000 of the 250 recommended for grazing contract for next fiscal year. None of the other items are in the budget.
I'm sorry, what happened to the other items? I'm confused.
Council did not give direction to add that, and it needed to be brought up here.
No, I thought we gave direction for that after
No,
your
you received
presentation.
a written presentation on the recommendations of the ad hoc.
So can we give a recommendation now?
If the council wants to give any recommendations, we welcome them, but we would also respectfully request a corresponding decrease. And I have been asking about the grazing too, so I'm not sure do we have grazing? Okay, all right.
$200,000.
Okay. Yes. So if you want to reappropriate it from grazing and lower the grazing amount?
So I'm sorry, I thought grazing was 200. You requested it to be increased to 250.
Correct. That's what I just said, that of the 250 recommended, 200,000 of that was already in the Public Works budget, that proposal that they submitted for next fiscal year. The recommendation was to increase it an additional $50,000. That part is not in there, just the original 200,000.
So none of your recommendations went through?
No, there was $29 million worth of requests from department heads and departments in particular, like the staff. All of the $29 million worth of requests, we previously provided those. There was not adequate revenue to support all of those requests. So the departments and finance, we sharpened our pencils and we tried to cover as much ground as we could. So instead of 250, there's 200.
Yeah, Councilmember Banner, just want to say, I think the ultimate goal is to address these areas, right? I mean, regardless if it's 200, 250, $500,000, $3 million. The Public Works have acquired equipment recently, in the recent months, that have increased our capacity. So we are reassessing different things right now, including grazing. I mean, we probably will be able to reduce it if we can. So what I will ask is a little bit more time to let us assess and make progress. And I think you can attest that there's been progress in different areas. There's a lot to do, right? I recognize that. But I think we can have this conversation in a few months and
I fully
reassess.
trust your team, but I'm also concerned about the budget for home hardening. The community were so excited about it. $2,500 per household for home hardening in the line of wildfire.
So we would be happy to implement that program if that's the direction of, as the council as a whole, and let us know what program you would like us, or what appropriation we should reduce.
Well, I hope that your creative team can come up with the solution for that.
Did we actually have was there a motion from the council
No, it
directing
was,
us? That's where I think it becomes tricky, is the council can receive a report on something, and so that means you acknowledge receiving it. It doesn't actually always mean there's an appropriation, right? Those are different things, different administrative processes. And so given that it wasn't an appropriation at that juncture and it was to receive a report, if the council wants to make an appropriation or direct us to make an appropriation this evening, we could certainly do that for any council request, and we can try to figure it out. But at this juncture, we have a balanced budget, so we would just want council to give some guidance on if they want to add some programs, then we need to know what we could reduce.
Yeah, so the ad hoc committee worked on it, and it was the fire chief recommendation, so I hope we can have a motion tonight to include that. It was a total of $100,000, I believe.
So also, I think that there was something that was put forward, and then there hasn't been a formal, one of the items didn't have a formal item yet come from the mayor to seat it for an ad hoc, so that was the other portion. There was discussion of it, but in order to have the final process is dictated by the mayor's office to make the formal appointments. And that hasn't transpired.
I didn't get that. Say it again, please.
So if there's a discussion at the meeting and it says, oh, we want to have an ad hoc about X, Y, or Z, right? In order to effectuate that, it has to be an open session, and the mayor makes the appointments. That's what it says in your council rules. So if the mayor hasn't made appointments yet, it's not actually formalized.
Well, the mayor made the appointment, and we've been working with your office and the fire chief and other offices for a long time. You don't remember? And
No. There's two different ones. There's the wildfire safety, and then there's the earthquake preparedness. Right. So I think the latter, the earthquake preparedness, is the one that hasn't been completely effectuated.
It was decided in an open session by the mayor. The mayor appointed us.
But the process is that there has to be an item on the city council agenda. So since that hasn't happened, it hasn't been 100% effectuated. That's what your rules say.
So we should bring it. So the mayor has to bring it, or I bring it?
Yes, the mayor has to bring it because the mayor makes the appointments.
So, Mr. Mayor, could you please bring it and make it formal?
Yes.
Thank you so much. The other question I have is about,
Excuse me, for
yes.
Councilmember Ban, I just want to clarify the wildfire budget.
Please.
So in our Parks Division budget, we have a specific line item for wildfire mitigation in the amount of 140,000. There's a flexible allocation within the budget
Awesome.
of 120,000. So if there's council direction, we can pivot that. So there's a total allocation of $260,000, generally for wildfire mitigation, that can be used to address the concerns you are raising if council has a consensus.
Okay, so I would like actually to ask the fire chief if he could make a recommendation to city council and support my request to use a portion of that $260,000 for the home hardening and the other portion for Hilltop Green emergency exit, because the budget, if I remember correctly, was $80,000 by Confire, $120,000 by Public Works. And Confire has kept its promise, and they still have the budget for us.
But the home hardening program takes additional staffing. If something is in the Public Works Department, Darren then can effectuate, he can buy equipment, he can authorize staff to work with the fire department on overtime when they're doing inspections.
No, that's by reimbursement. The homeowners do it, and then they get reimbursed.
But every single thing that the City of Richmond does involves staff time. Having a festival, having a community meeting, having a program. So what I'm saying now is the appropriation, when it sits with Parks, that means it rolls up to Darren. We do not have a fire staff person that to take on that task right now. There would have to be an additional appropriation of personnel. And so I think the question for the council is we're going to hear about ALS next week, get the polling data. At this juncture, it may be prudent to think about how do we focus on the ALS item and try to understand where that is before we ask our fire chief to take on more things, because there was already consensus from the council to work on ALS.
But this was already the recommendation by the fire chief. I'm not imposing anything. And I would expect you to be a little more collaborative and cooperative in finding a solution for wildfire safety, which is a major issue for District 4, please. And we're only talking about allocating that $260,000, which is already for wildfire mitigation. Maybe a portion of it could be allocated for the staff time and the rest of it for home hardening. We can find a solution if we want to, right? If there's a will, there's a way.
Respectfully, I disagree with the way you're characterizing things. I think staff has tried to be extremely collaborative, and what we've said throughout the budget process is everyone has a finite amount of capacity. Right now, we're at a crucial inflection point with ALS where we're trying to bring you polling data. So if I have to say, fire chief, what do I want you to work on in the next 3 weeks, month, right? Launch a home hardening program or bring information back to the city council that the city council has already directed us to provide on ALS, right? And the polling data, I'm going to say the latter. Once we figure out what we're doing related to ALS, then I think we could pivot back and resume conversations on home hardening. We don't have the capacity to do all of this concurrently.
I agree.
Okay, so that doesn't mean,
entire,
excuse me if I may, you're interrupting.
budget year.
Right, but what I'm saying, if I may, is that it's not fair to characterize it as not being collaborative when Chief and I and staff meet with you all the time regarding your concerns. So it's not fair to characterize it that way, because we meet with you all the time.
Well, meeting is different from finding solutions. A city manager,
Right, so-
respectfully, I'm not asking the.
Okay, Mayor, I'm
not
done.
asking Chief
Mayor,
Osorio
I'm
to
done.
do.
Excuse me. We're getting a bit combative here.
Right.
And we
I
need
don't mean to be combative.
We need
I'm
to
asking.
establish decorum.
Right.
Okay,
It doesn't
thank you.
have to be within the next 3 months. We're asking for the budget for the entire year. So, number one, I'm asking for and that wildfire mitigation budget, I'm glad it is there. Let's leave it, let's allocate 120,000 of it to Hilltop Green and leave the rest to the fire chief's discretion. So if you find the time, we go for home hardening, otherwise other solutions. Do we need approval by the city council, or it's already there?
We are establishing the budget, and right now we're having a conversation about the things that we would like to include. This is not the time where we vote for one thing or another. Otherwise, we're going to be here much.
I'm trying to clarify because next week it's going to be finalized, right?
It's an envelope that can move around. Right now, we're just trying to get a budget together that we can work from. After the budget is formalized, then we can start having conversations about how to move money around. We're trying to do that now, but
Okay.
there are so many things that need to be moved around. We're not going to get to all of them.
Right, but I'm just emphasizing on Hilltop Green budget, which is only $120,000 for the lives of 1,400 people.
Right, and we have heard you, and when it's time to talk about how we want to formalize this envelope, that will be one of the considerations that will be part of the conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the things that we see that are happening in the city. It's really amazing that we are renovating the library, renovating the parks, fixing roads, fixing sidewalks, providing, keeping the money that we have for our on-house and youth intervention. And the services. So I am glad that we are at this moment with a budget that is balanced and still preserve the services that we are having. So thank you, Public Works. I really appreciate your leadership, Daniel, and everybody in the city. One of the things that I want is I feel the advocacy that Councilmember Bana has, and I feel like what we need, like what I want to make sure is that as an envelope, we had this money in the budget, and then we can, as council, if that is not allocated for other things, that this part that she's advocating, we can eventually bring up an item saying, we would like to appropriate out of the 250 or out of the money that is there for these particular things. I know that, so I just want to make sure, are these money allocated specifically for a different project, or we can bring an agenda item that direct staff to do the things that Councilmember Bana is advocating for? And the specific, we don't want that to be right now. We know that staff is working on other things, but just to make sure that if we can allocate, like if we can direct staff with that money to be used for that, that will be appropriate
So what we,
in the future.
So if I may, Mayor, through you as the chair, so I was talking with Darren, because it's actually his budget. So it's not, so I'm trying to create a culture of collaboration, so we don't have like one department like taking money from another department. So I asked Darren and Chief if they could please come up and provide their recommendation on how to approach this. The issues within the short time frame of the initial first part of the fiscal year, with the staff that we have, and what would be appropriate and meet both of their needs based on what Councilmember Bana has been requesting.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, Council, so just to clarify, that 260,000 that Avinesh brought up, that includes the 200,000 for grazing.
Okay.
So if we split that all up, if we keep the grazing money, that would leave 60,000. So if we take that full amount, there's no grazing. We could use the 60 towards Hilltop and keep the 200,000 for grazing if that is what you guys decide.
Yeah, so if that's the desire of the council, if you can incorporate that in your final direction this evening, that would be helpful.
Okay. Well, I will follow the recommendations if that is okay with Councilmember Bana. I have other questions, and it's about the staffing. So, as I said before, I just wanted to say thank you. I am really happy to see how, as you mentioned, City Manager, we are moving Richmond forward and people have seen it and feel it, so thank you.
Yeah, and we have a whole budget item that we have to get heard this evening on staffing.
Okay.
So I just want to remind the council of that. Before you can adopt your budget next week, you have to hear the presentation this evening on the vacancy rate per state law.
Oh, okay. So, because my questions are, like, we are adopting this budget with 12% vacancy, and the position listing control said that we will have 812 positions. So that means that the 12% vacancy is that we are only going to be able to fill 714 staffing. So my question, and if they are answering the vacancy presentation, is how many positions are filled now? How many extra positions we will have to fill with the adopting 12% vacancy? So if that is something that you think is going to be answered in the presentation, I don't need an answer right now.
Okay, we can answer it during the
Okay,
presentation.
perfect. Then the other thing is, City Manager, I am going after your budget a little bit. So
it's our budget.
Our budget, but like
Our
City
budget.
Manager,
And the
you
mayor.
went 46%, and you're like from $1.53 million to 3.3%, which is 46. So you are adding in your City Manager, and I am not against that. From 6 staff position to 9, so 3 more.
Right now, I have less than you do in your council office. I have Irene, and I have the Chief Innovation Officer and myself.
Okay, so I really want, I am advocating for the care navigators that ROC needs.
But I might not hire anybody. I might just stay with my 3 people, depending on the vacancy rate because of the MOU increases.
Okay,
I've told
so-
everybody right now, we're pausing. We're going to see how things finalize with the MOU negotiations, and we're pausing.
Yeah. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make the point that as we are voting for a vacancy rate and I am seeing all the staffing that we are approving, I just really think that we need to find ways to have the care navigators. And we can start with 1, not the 2 that are, but I feel like if we are starting this program, I have a really nice conversation with many, and knowing that ROC is increasingly taking more calls. That is like the goal. But I feel like if there is no the care navigators, then we are we are responding to the emergency. But eventually, but that emergency, if it's not addressed with service or is not addressed by the care navigator to put people into services, we will keep going to the same calls again and again. So I think it's a saving also in terms of what the program will bring to us. So I just want you to think about that. Because I will be coming to advocate for that. I know that we had to pass this budget, but I understand the constraints and MOU negotiations. We haven't closed the safety negotiation, which are the highest budget pieces. But I think if we think in the long term, I think that will benefit in terms of budgeting savings. So I just want to make sure that we had that. Oh, it's for me?
That's for you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I made my points.
All right. Uh, Robinson?
I just have one additional question, and maybe this is a next week thing too. I do appreciate, I know we're going to go into vacancies, but I think in order to consider the budget, it would be great to get this multi-year comparative position listing, but have columns drop down so we can see actuals, because these are just what's in position control, but I'd like to understand which one of these positions are filled and which ones aren't.
Yeah, I mean, the primary takeaway that is unfortunate is that essentially, we've added, the position control listing has increased, but it hasn't increased as much as we needed to, given our increasing revenues. And so we added positions and we continued to fill positions, but we didn't swap things out or delete positions very frequently.
So
So
it would,
that- yeah, so
is it
we-
possible to get another version of this that
Sure.
shows actuals?
Sure.
And maybe it would also be great to mark maybe the ones that you feel are not,
Yeah, I think.
there's no intention of ever filling them?
I think that's I think we should do that. Maybe if we could do it after the budget is adopted, I think that would be helpful. I think that when you eliminate positions for departments, it causes a lot of angst. So
Would it be possible to just get the actuals
Sure.
for the
Mhm.
budget cycle, and then we can cross
Sure.
the other bridge later? So
Mhm.
I'd like to understand, I know that it's come up a few times,
Mhm.
where you've said that we've added, but we haven't taken out things that are no longer in play. So it'd be nice to understand.
Sure.
When you made that.
Yeah, we're happy to do
Thanks.
that. We can work with HR to do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No? I know that, I guess I should start my time. I know that we have a tight budget, we have a lot of projects, and we also need a lot of people. People cost money, and I've advocated for someone in the legal department and for someone in the planning department. So I will continue to advocate for them. I will not make an issue of that tonight, but I want you to know that it is foremost in my mind, and I will continue to push to have those positions filled. Because I think it's essential for us to have a well-equipped, well-staffed city in order to do all the work that needs to be done. So that's basically all that I'm advocating for now. I mean, I have a lot of other positions, but those two are the, I think, the two most important positions from my point of view at this time. Okay, so if we have no other comments, then we need a motion and a second. So,
But do we need to approve because it says direction?
yes,
KCRT, can you put it on the recommended action slide, please? Go back, thank you. So we just need to get consensus on the direction. So I'm happy to repeat what I heard.
If you can, that would be great.
Well, in summary, for the adoption, so there were a lot of questions, and so we will come back with as many responses to the questions as we can. And that in terms of the current appropriations, that would be revisited. It would be as Darren and Chief Osario outlined pertaining to the budget there and the request for us to continue our work on supporting grazing with sheep or goats. We're equitable. And we will also provide funding from that line item to continue to work and move forward on Hilltop Green.
Thank you. May I add a
So
little?
it doesn't mean that
amendment to
all the other comments are not well heard, but those are the ones that requires an immediate annotation in the budget.
May I add a little amendment to that? So I know Public Works considers contingencies. If there's extra money, can we have Hilltop Green on the top of priorities for additional $60,000 to move forward?
We just talked about the items on the bike rack, so I would say that that would be a bike rack item, like the others that we talked about.
So can
So
we
that
have
means
it
it goes on the bike rack. It
on
doesn't
top
mean
of the
definitive.
bike rack?
Not on top, it goes in the bike rack.
Yes, and
In the bike rack.
No, this is public safety. It should go on the very top, and
Okay,
it's
I
only
defer to the council.
66,000. I'm asking the council to consider it on the top.
I think there's a lot of things in the bike rack, and public safety would also include the care managers for rock. And that's on the bike rack. And the two positions that I would love to see are on the bike rack. There are a lot of things we've discussed that are on the bike rack that will be considered. But right now, we need to make sure that we have a budget that we can pass and that we can agree on. Councilmember Wilson.
May I ask to have, can I see the plans for the piece of the Bay Trail that the $1 million would be going to fund?
Darcy, are you still on, or did you hop off? I don't know the status of the plans. Do you know if we're at?
Yeah, I can.
Are we at
I have
schematics,
the ben-
CDs? Or what stage are we at, Darcy? Do you recall?
Yes, so my understanding of the question is that Councilmember Wilson would like to see the plans for the trail that's under construction that would be receiving the $1 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I can send you those tomorrow, and I will indicate where the gap is located at the stabilization project.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think our concern is that we don't want this trail to be like the governors of Alaska's bridge.
Can I,
Noted, thank you.
can I make a clarification on this motion? I want to make sure that I'm understanding the motion correctly. The motion is to move forward the staff recommendation, which is essentially option one from last meeting, which is everything that we had done before, where we're keeping it and we're just moving it forward into the 26-27 budget, with the adjustment that we're taking the recommendation from Chief and from Darren on how to allocate the $260,000 to apply some to Hilltop Green and some to grazing, and that everything else is going on to this bike rack, and we'll see how things emerge throughout the year and work through prioritizing things. Is that correct? Okay.
Well
Yes.
said. No, that is right. Yes? Oh.
Sorry, but we also, what's different from what I understand from last week to this week is closing the $2.6 million gap is a whole set of other things being postponed.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
but that's the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation identified a whole list of things that we could postpone or delay in order to fill the 4 project funding gaps. So we're accepting that staff recommendation. So it's option 1 plus the staff recommendation plus the recommendation from Chief and Darren.
Yes. And so, Madam Clerk and City Attorney, I feel confident with the information disclosed, and so it just says provide direction to staff, so I don't know that you need a motion. No,
Okay.
so I feel, we do need a motion next Tuesday, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, all right then.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to the next item.
Sorry.
Wait, okay, go ahead.
In regards to the bikes. Oops, sorry, in regards to the bikes. So that was one of the questions last week as well, and that we gave no direction. So can we bring a presentation to compare the library and the bike e-share and who is where, left, right, whatever? Because that wasn't resolved. We had no motions. We had no further anything. And I asked for a meeting and we weren't able to meet.
Yeah, we said we could meet after the budget was adopted. So when
But it's part of the
something-
budget, so we can't.
Well, yes and no. So I framed it like it was that we were pivoting, right? But once we have a program and it's out of funding and this council doesn't make any additional appropriations, my direction to staff was that we have to send a letter telling the operator that the program is ceasing because the council hasn't made an additional appropriation.
And I consider the bikes to be on the bike rack.
But we can't make an appropriation because we haven't discussed it enough. So how do we put in more?
Well, I would say if the council's last appropriation was like 260, right? And so what we said is that was the last amount. And we weren't recommending anything else right now regarding to the bike discussion related to the building. That's not part of what we were asking the council to reconsider right now. That will be a subsequent item.
So the library, I just want to make sure that I got, so the e-bike lending library that's on the attachment, we're not discussing that.
It's whatever the previous appropriation was, a new appropriation to increase the dollar amount is not.
And then for the e-bike share, also not, and that will come back to council.
E-bike share is going away because there hasn't been an additional appropriation. It's out of money. So de facto, when any city program or anything is taking place, if there isn't a new contract extension and an appropriation, it has to go away.
And then my point is that it's going away because you haven't given us a chance to discuss it.
Well, respectfully, we did
So-
have a discussion. Deputy City Manager White and Project Manager Gabino Arredondo, who Gabino can certainly come up and help fine tune this because he's now the bike expert and transportation czar.
I think this, we can continue for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Talking about this. I suggest, I
We
suggest,
have our time.
I suggest that you've gotten the direction, and you've gotten further direction to consider the bikes on the bike rack. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item.
We're going to go for a
Our
ride
next-
now.
Our
on our
next
bikes.
item is under public hearings. Item Y1 is to introduce an ordinance for first reading establishing certain fees for the proposed master fee schedule. We have one in-person speaker. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
I was like, don't, one of us cannot leave.
That's right.
Then we're gonna lose quorum.
I was just gonna say,
Run.
yeah.
Run.
That'll be a fun game, is every time they say.
Okay, thank you.
You're not.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you please put on the master fee schedule presentation? Thank you very much. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Antonio Beñols, Accounting Manager in the Finance Department, joined by Emily Combs. Tonight, we're presenting 2026 update of the city's master fee schedule. This update ensures city fees reflect the true cost of providing services and remained aligned with state requirements and the Richmond Municipal Code. Next slide, please. Okay, so tonight's presentation will cover these items: recommended action, updated fees, and of course, next steps and questions. Next slide, please. So the recommended action is we're holding the public hearing, and we're going to introduce an ordinance first reading establishing certain fees of the proposed master fee schedule. And obviously, we'll come back later with the second reading. Next slide, please. The master fee schedule is updated annually to ensure fees keep pace with the city's actual cost of providing services. Departments have opportunity to review their fee sections for clarity, accuracy, and align with current operations. Updates also improve overall transparency and usability for both the public and city staff. This includes formatting changes and better organization of the listing. State law, including AB 602, requires a certain fee methodologies be updated, particularly for impact fees, which are now based on square footage rather than dwelling units. Next slide, please. This year's update includes an across-the-board employment cost index adjustment of 4.1%, which is required by the Richmond Municipal Code. Multiple departments reorganized and clarified their fee sections to better reflect current practices. The fire department aligned its permit structure with the 2025 California Fire Code, adding new permit types and removing outdated categories. Recreation fees now have a non-resident rate tier and new tool library fees. We also updated citywide hourly labor rates to reflect all currently authorized positions. And finally, we enhanced the usability with a new cover page and comprehensive table of contents. Next slide, please. Starting with the fire department, new and revised permits are now included for energy storage systems, fumigation, insecticidal fogging, and cannabis-related operations. Scrap tire storage now uses a tiered structure, including a new category for sites under 5,000 square feet. Outdated permises and reference were removed, and the O-4 scaled fee model was replaced with a single capped fee for large occupancies. For recreation, a new non-resident fee tier set at 25% above the resident rates is now included. Also, new tool library fines and replacement fee support were added that support responsible use and cost recovery. The updated rental fees for the Memorial Auditorium and Civic Center Plaza help align fees with actual facility costs. Next slide, please. For community development, this section was reorganized for improved clarity. A new tobacco retail license fee structure is now included, covering applications, annual renewals, appeals, suspensions, and revocations. For impact fees, we're continuing year 3 of the 4-year phase-in approved by City Council to gradually implement updated impact fee levels. This phase-in approach ensures predictability for developers, bringing fees closer to full cost recovery. For police and code enforcement, certain administrative fees such as taxi permits and alcohol and tobacco licensing have moved from police to code enforcement to better align with the actual current responsibilities. Decoy operation fees remain with police as those are police-run functions. And for public works, the encroachment section has been reorganized for clarity and consistency. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the 4.1% adjustments based on the Employment Cost Index, the ECI, for state and local government workers as required by the Richmond Municipal Code. The ECI increases reflects wage inflations across local governments and ensures the city fees keep pace with the cost of providing services. The table on this slide shows year-over-year changes, providing context for how this year compares to prior adjustments. This slide, next slide, please. This slide highlights key new fees introduced in the Recreation Division. First, the updated rentals for the Memorial Auditorium and the Civic Center Plaza, which improve cost recovery for major community events. Second, the new tool library fees, including late fees, replacement costs, and fines for poor condition returns, support the program's sustainability and maintenance needs. These new fees were reviewed for fairness and aligned with service delivery costs. Next slide, please. Here for the library, you see one example of a newly defined fire and life safety inspection fee. The new capped fee for occupancies over 20,000 square feet replaces the prior scaled structure, simplifying calculations and improving the consistency with California Code alignment efforts. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the city implemented a full tobacco retail license fee suite. These fees are designed to support enforcement, monitoring, and compliance work required under state and local law. They include application fee, annual license renewal, appeals, suspensions, and revocation fees. Next slide, please. Based on expected activity levels in fiscal year 25-26, the proposed updates are projected to generate approximately $460,000 in additional revenue. The majority of this increase is attributable to community development, followed by public works and the fire department. This revenue helps ensure fees cover the cost of services rather than shifting those costs to the general fund. The actual revenue received next year can be either higher or lower, depending on the actual number of permits and services provided. So this is just an estimate. Next slide, please. So next steps. The second reading of the ordinance and approval of the accompanying resolution will occur in the next available city council meeting. Also, a comprehensive citywide user fee study was close to starting, and but it is expected to be completed by spring 2027. This study will modernize the city's fee structures and improve cost alignment. The traffic impact fee update is in progress and expected to return to City Council by the end of, hopefully at the end of the calendar year, following completion of the long-range transportation plan. Also, storm drainage rate adjustment study will begin in 27 with possible voter consideration planned for spring 2027. Next slide, please. This final slide reiterates the action before City Council, hold a public hearing, and introduce the ordinance updating the master fee schedule. And with that, I open up to questions. Thank you.
Actually, public comment? Public comment first. Do we have anyone?
Yes. We have one in-person speaker, and we have one speaker online. In-person speaker is Claudia Citron. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Here she comes.
Press the button, please. Press the button.
So I do understand you want to generate revenue. I don't think it comes from increasing fees on permits. I just spoke to another resident. He had his roof replaced and he needed to do the solar also being permitted. He spent like $10K just on the permits. That is absurd. So if you generate revenue, do it a little bit more sensible. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
We'll move to the online speaker.
Okay, the online speaker is Hope Dixon. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you can unmute yourself, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, yes, I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Hi, my name's Hope. I work at Contra Costa College. I'm their basic needs coordinator. I'm just calling. I also live in Richmond, District 2. Every year we have a conversation at Contra Costa College about where we're going to hold our graduation ceremony. Several years we've held it at the auditorium. Most recently, in the last few years, we've held it at our football field because it's cheaper, aka free. However, we then have to rent a stage. We have to do these other things. It almost ends up equaling the cost, but we have this conversation every year. But we cannot afford, unfortunately, the current cost, let alone an increase. My honest recommendation and thought process is to really look at either a nonprofit and / educator, different rates, and then business. And to do that with your different fees, because folks, we want to utilize services and we want to be in collaboration, but sometimes just the current costs is just unfortunately not working. But I think I love some of the pictures we've had in the past that have been at the auditorium, and so that's just one thing I just wanted to share with you all, and I hope you have a great evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Public comment is closed, and now it's time for questions from council. Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you for the presentation. I agree with the last caller that one thing that jumps out at me reviewing the list of fees is that it is quite expensive to use rooms in city-owned spaces, particularly like I looked at for Booker T. Anderson, which is in District 5. It's I don't have the sheet in front of me. Maybe someone else, if someone has that handy, we can talk about the actual numbers. And as at least one of the residents said to me, it's like double taxation. The city pays for and maintains these buildings out of our taxes, and then in order to use them, it's actually a lot of money to use some of these spaces, even for a couple of hours. And so I believe there's some program to sort of offset expense. If somebody can sort of maybe remind me of what the procedure is for a community member who wants to rent a room in one of our community centers and can't afford it.
Rajana, our Deputy Director of Community Services, that's busy with all the kids at all the community centers citywide. It's amazing.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ranjana Maharaj, Deputy Director for Community Services Recreation. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Wilson. So if you're a community member and you would like to host something at a community center, it depends upon what you're trying to do. So if you're having a private party, then you would pay a different rate. However, if you belong to a nonprofit, you would be able to get a discount, additional discount for using the facility.
So for instance, the caller who was just calling in from, I think she said Contra Costa Community College, if I heard it correctly, like her organization is eligible for this fee waiver. Is that correct? Or no, governments are not the same as nonprofits?
It's not a fee waiver, it's a discount.
Sorry, discount.
Yes, like the school district, they used to host the graduation at the Richmond Auditorium. They get a 50% discount, and so the Contra Costa College is treated the same way.
Okay, so if they're not aware of that, then that's out there. And so my concern about that is that especially, and I don't know if this is just something that I'm the only one coming across this, is that there are people in the community who want to hold public events. So I agree, like if somebody's having a family reunion and I'm not invited, then okay, maybe they have to pay the full price.
Yeah.
But they're holding community events, but they are not themselves, they don't control a nonprofit and they're not affiliated with a nonprofit. They might just be someone who, works with kids in the neighborhood just more informally, for instance. Is there any sort of pathway to having a process where they could have reduced fees, even if they're not, a tax qualified charity?
One thing in those instances why it is good to have a formal entity that's part of the reservation and is because for liability and risk perspectives. So, for example, especially when we're working with kids, it's very important that we are clear on who the organizer is, like if the nonprofit has a specific physical location in our community and things of that nature, because if not, then and especially if city staff are not present for the entire time and people are inviting someone to a city space, there's a lot of risk associated with. And so there have been instances in the past where we know that we need to be very thoughtful about how we administer facilities and to make sure all the protocols are in place for when young people are interacting with adults.
And there is also a requirement that people, whether they're an individual or an organization, they get insurance if it's a public event. Is that correct?
Right, but I think in absence of them being a nonprofit, we don't know, like, how do you track if they're not filing appropriate documentation with, the IRS, then how do you track if they are in fact making revenue of some sort or if it's a business?
So I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm trying to problem solve here. Like, for instance, the library, to the best of my knowledge, still, or, I know the main library is closed right now, but they were able to, at the main library, and I think they do this at Point Richmond too, is that they rent out a room for very low rates. Am I right? Isn't there
right, like there's the Whittlesey room, right, because there's staff on site that can do that. And I think there's also, Deputy City Manager White is not here, and this would be her area of expertise, but I think it's very different from what happens at a community center versus what happens in the library in terms of the number of patrons and the volume, depending on the day. So it's not exactly, I hear what you're saying, but it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think about how to address the problem you have. I think if you want to include some recommendation for staff to go back and look at it, we can. I don't know what the perfect solution would be right now.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Like, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but I think that to have some insight on if there's some way we can replicate the sort of like cheap and easily accessible public space that the library, that we as a city are able to do through the library, if we could have some spaces. I mean, I'm not saying the auditorium should be this way, but there's, you know, small rooms in some of these community centers that I think it would make a big difference if people could access those for a more reasonable rate. Thanks.
Okay.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think like one of the things that we heard from the community was the high cost, and we were able to address in some way with the fee waiver. But I heard that sometimes it doesn't work because the bureaucracy that we have and is difficult to apply for that, or it requires a lot. So I think like what I would like to do to have is we can go back to the fee waiver and address the issues that people like organizations are having issues with, so more people can use it. And I agree with Councilmember Wilson because community members would like to use smaller spaces to do their work, or to host public events, and we need to make it easier, right? And I know the liability issues, but I think like if you can come back with an idea how we can do it, like how we can improve the fee waiver so it's make it easier, and have some other ways to make community members programs to be able to use these spaces will be great. I also think that, for instance, we host the Latinx graduations, the Mother's Day, and I think I would like to see these as things that we are going to be partnered with either the merchants associations or the West County School or the Contra Costa County. So we don't have to come back every year to ask for that permit and to put it on the agenda. So if we can have some policy around like maybe few events that we had already done and how we partner either with the district, even with Contra Costa College, as the last caller said. So they feel like we are providing the spaces for our community to do these important events, and that they don't feel like they had to have a lot of money to do it. I agree that even though we need money, that our public spaces should be a resource for our community, instead of us thinking that this is going to be revenue all the time. I just want to make sure that we review that and you come back with a better idea how we can serve the community with these spaces that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can respond, Councilmember Jimenez, we hear you. And as Antonio mentioned, we are about to start our citywide user fee study. We've contracted with Wildan, and part of that will be looking at what other jurisdictions do to accommodate these types of situations. So what I'd recommend is that we would bring that feedback back to Wildan and see what other options that we simply don't have the capacity within staff to come up with these bright ideas, right? Every year we're just coming back with a CPI increase. So we hear you. Those are good suggestions, and we'll look out and maybe see what other cities are doing for those options.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think every time these rooms are used, it's a cost to the city. And at this point, the people who are able to use these with waivers are the people who have connections, or the people who know that they can petition for a waiver. Most people don't know that. So I think it might be good policy to figure out how much money we can afford for rental waivers, and then make that announcement to the public at large, so that it's not just a particular few people who get the waivers, but that, anyone who, so desires the use of the room can have equal opportunity to use those rooms. Anyway, that's my suggestion. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to follow up on the thread my colleagues were talking about to make things more accessible. So just for your information, El Sobrante Library is free in the evening and on weekends when there is no library staff. We can use it, and the community uses it very often. That's the county library, I understand, but maybe the city can have a similar program. One thing I learned from community members is that they used to have block parties on the streets. They're not having it anymore because they're required to have insurance. I wonder if the city could look into having a blanket insurance for block parties, for communities. Because one of the things we would like to promote, and the city is already working on it, and Stephanie and I did an excellent job, was a neighbor-to-neighbor grant to bring neighbors closer together. So for the sake of public safety, not just crime safety, but also emergency preparedness and everything, we'd like the neighbors to know each other, to be in touch and meet each other. So block parties are very helpful, and I hope we can promote it. So please look into how to make block parties or gatherings at parks for local communities free. That's very important, and one of the agendas I hope that the Earthquake Ad Hoc Committee will be working on and recommending too.
Thank you, Councilmember Bana. The neighborhood councils still get one event per year free at either a facility or a block party. Most times they choose the block party, so that event is free. It does not require insurance because it is a city-sponsored support for them. So the option is there for neighborhood councils. Some of them choose to host something inside the building, so the parties outside is not happening.
Thank you, but many neighborhoods do not have a council, at least in my district. Many people do not participate in neighborhood council events. We want to make it as grassroots as possible. So neighbors just feel free to get together on the streets. They don't have to go through neighborhood council or initiate one. My community wanted to do neighborhood council. It took him 2.5 years to establish one. We'd like him to get together every month, every other month for when the weather is nice, The more they meet, the better. Why not?
Understand.
Thank you. So also, just look at the area of a neighborhood council. One event per year is, is not enough. So I would greatly appreciate if you look into just having blanket insurance for such events. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you. Thank you for this. We review it every year. So, a couple questions. Are the rec fees? I think we're moving more towards online, right? So hopefully, are we almost there?
Yes, we are.
Yay!
We are in the process. We are getting some support through LaShonda, so we are moving towards online reservation pretty soon.
Just want to re-say it again. So people soon will be able to go online and book the park, book the pickleball court, the basketball court, the whatever online.
They can check availability and they can submit their requests online.
Perfect. That's great news. Thank you. Thank you for that. I know it's been a long time, so thank you for that work. The tobacco fees, can we increase them? Especially the retail inspections?
I believe the current fees that are proposed are based on what it costs us to provide the service, and my assumption is no. We're covering.
It has to be based on a fee study.
Yep.
Fees. And I
Isn't
think
there like
after,
the cost of going back and all the emails we get of people complaining of people selling illegal stuff at the tobacco shop?
well,
Does that count?
after we have a year of implementation, that will enable the city to have information to make informed recommendations to the consultants around how much staff time and actual coordination. But you're absolutely right that given the amount of them and the amount of staff involved, it is extremely a heavy lift.
And are we able to put in like the the legal ones and the illegal ones, like if we have to go inspect the ones that we know don't have a permit, like you're gonna get a much higher fine because you started out with selling illegal stuff already? Like where's the, we have to continue targeting these individuals that are
On the
just selling.
bright side, I'd like to thank Captain Pouchon for leading and submitting a grant to help fund additional inspection services with the state of California. So that grant has been submitted. So sometimes, right, we identify there's a problem. There might not be an immediate administrative fix. So we seek additional resources to provide support to try to implement the council's direction.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you.
And just to remind, that new fee study, then the consultants will review that fee study, see if they missed anything, I'm sure.
Perfect. Yeah, like look closer. And then what is the parkland fee? Tell me what page it's on. Parkland dedication fee. I was
gonna say,
couldn't read my own writing.
I was gonna
Parkland
say, is this
dedication fee.
Jeopardy now, Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes. So the parkland dedication fee.
What page is it on?
It is on 5. And I'm just wondering, who's dedicating the whom to what? Is this a private developer wanting to give us, and they're dedicating it to us? Who's dedicating, who's paying?
I'm not familiar with this particular line. Wonder if Lena happens to be on, or anybody that's familiar with this? Avery?
Thank you for joining us, Avery, Planning Manager.
Good evening, Council. Avery Stark, Planning Manager, City of Richmond. So the parkland dedication fee is a fee that's paid by a developer when on their site for a subdivision. So, for example, Marina Point, they're a subdivision of land. They're required for our municipal code to provide a certain percentage of total landscape area that is open park space. If they provide that open park space on their property, the dedication, the fee is lowered. If they don't provide that required amount, then their fee is commensurate with the land that they did not commit to, meaning the city receives that money that we can then put towards CIP and capital funds to then produce or build those parks.
So thank you for that. So if they do, so there's a development and they put a little park next to it, and then they pay us a certain fee. And then,
So if they build a development and then within their development, if they have the appropriate park space, then there's no payment. If they build and there isn't appropriate space, then they do pay a fee.
okay, so
But
then,
it's not just entitlements. It actually has to be, they're at the building permit phase, like something's actually being built.
so then what I'm getting at more is because the dedication what I'm hearing is they're giving us a piece of land, whether are they maintaining that land later on if we're creating it? Because $432, for example, this is the highest it will go per unit.
That's
right. We just discussed how much we're spending and how many more people we need to fix our parks. So $432.
Yeah, we can ask the consultants to go back and look at this fee.
Yeah, to see if that's the right number. Right now that we want to increase the amount of service for all of our parks, let's make sure that the fees kind of meet us to where we want the service.
Yes, we can look at that.
Thank you. Should probably write better because my for the fees for fees based on going a little bit up on what Councilmember Wilson was saying, nonprofit. But could we also look to potentially? Is there a way to look at an age? So are there senior citizens, for example, that need to fix their sewer line? Right? Is there a way to give them some assistance? If there's of a certain age, right? If they want to celebrate their 90th birthday.
We do have a sewer lateral program.
Yes. And I don't know if that's also, is that part of the fees or do they have to apply for the program?
You apply for the sewer lateral program, and I promise it's like in the city manager weekly report all the time until we run out of funds for the fiscal year.
And if so then it's based on funds. So I'm just trying to figure out if instead of giving funds, if they're of a certain age, they apply for the permit, and somebody will say, oh, you are, some of us know how some of our elders are. So they say, oh, you are over X amount, you're not going to be charged this number, you're going to be charged this number. So they don't have to apply and go through that. It's already a given if you reach a certain age. Is that a possibility?
I would defer to Tofik Hallaby on that. That program, I believe, rolls under him. And Shofiq, I believe, is in the
Yeah, and
staff
we don't
room
have
if
the
he would like to join us, if that's a question the mayor wants us to have a staff answer. Pardon? Okay. Okay. They're coming out right now. They're super excited.
Yes,
Shofiq?
I can hear them. No, I can't. Well, while we're waiting, I believe there was an item as well in regards to the cannabis, and I don't know if this is closed session, not closed session, but like negotiations somewhere. I know that we were looking at the cannabis fees. I think that was one of the items a couple of months ago.
Yes.
So I see the fees reflected now. Are these based on whatever happened in those meetings, or?
No, that analysis has not been completed.
When that analysis is completed?
Then we may update this.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then I also see a fee on taxis. I don't see a lot of taxis anymore. I see Ubers. Does that apply to Ubers and Lyfts, and can that apply to them when they're running around in our city using our roads?
We'd have to look into that. I'm not sure.
We can work with Chris on that.
Yeah, because I mean, they're using our roads, and I call them as well, so I'm guilty when I need to use one.
Antonio, you're taking copious notes. You're going to watch this tomorrow, right? Okay, thank you.
And then we all love fireworks. There's a fireworks fee. Just trying to figure out, when does the fee apply? Does it have to be a big event? Can we figuring out like
Well,
rules?
typically, if somebody's pulling a permit, that's when it applies.
So maybe, I don't know if this is the right conversation or not, but again, we're trying to not promote fireworks, and I was being facetious when I said we all love fireworks, right? But trying to just figure out, do we just give these permits out? Do we have a say over them? Who puts them up?
That's highly regulated through California State Fire Marshal. Those
Okay.
are for licensed fireworks vendors. Our fireworks show, historically, when there were some events at the Craneway, some of those large corporations had professional fireworks shows. It's not very common anymore, but it's only reserved for legal licensed fireworks vendors.
So somebody just has a birthday in their backyard, they can't just apply for it? Perfect. All right, that's the answer
I wish they
wanted.
would pull a permit so I'd know who they were.
We should do that for 4th of July. You want to pop them legally?
It's called a ticket, not a permit.
Yes. All right, that is it for now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, then I guess we can say we have received the master fee schedule.
We need a motion to introduce the ordinance.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the item as is.
A second?
I will second it.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. Okay, our next public hearing is to receive a presentation on the status of vacancies and the city's recruitment and retention efforts in 2025. We have one in-person speaker. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item? Joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
Which one?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I have with me Deputy City Manager Nikki Mastay. And today I'm happy to present to you the City of Richmond vacancies, recruitments, and retention efforts in 2025. This presentation is intended to provide transparency regarding our efforts to stay with the workforce trends and to address vacancy issues, the progress that we've made over the past year, and the challenges that we've faced and how we hope to address them. I want to recognize the tremendous work of our employees, their resiliency and commitment to our community, and I want to thank the City Council for your support in our efforts to strengthen our workforce, and the City Manager as well. Thank you. Next slide. So today we're going to discuss some background regarding AB 2561. We're going to talk about what exactly does it mean for us. We're going to celebrate successes, give you some workforce information, recruitment information, vacancy data, retention information, and also obstacles in our efforts to address recruitment and retention. Next slide. So to give you some background on the number of FTEs that we currently have in our budget, in fiscal year 2021, we had 581 FTEs, and currently there's 673 FTEs, which is a net increase of 92 FTEs. In the upcoming fiscal year, we currently anticipate to be able to afford 684 FTEs, and this is due to rising inflation, increased healthcare costs, class and compensation increase, bargaining unit increases, and a plethora of other outside entities that affect our fiscal health. As additional revenue and expenses are finalized, our recommended FTEs will be updated. As I stated before, we have to consider inflation, public safety MOUs still need to be finalized. There's updated projects that need to happen. And also we need to keep our eye on what's happening on the worldwide stage and with other agencies that are similar to our own that are feeling the struggle of the high economy and high cost of living. Next slide. AB 2561 is Assembly Bill 2561 that was enacted in 2024 and became effective on January 1st, 2025. It mandates that public agencies hold a public hearing at least once fiscal year to provide a report on job vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. If a single bargaining unit meets or exceeds 20% of the authorized full-time positions in their unit, then we are required to provide specific information to that union so that they have the information that they need in order to present on their challenges regarding the vacancy levels. So next slide. So I'd like to celebrate some successes. We hired and onboarded a total of 91 employees in 2025. Our turnover rate was reduced by 2%. We instituted job classification trainings. We held 10 staff engagement and appreciation events, and we significantly brought down the vacancy rate in fire management. Next slide. I would like to give you an overview of our workforce. We had in 2025, and again to give you some context, the Assembly Bill requires that we provide information based on one calendar year, the prior calendar year prior to budget adoption. So this information is as of the end of December 31st of 2025. Things have certainly changed since then, including our vacancy levels and how many staff persons that we have. However, I am required to report on last year's data. So as of 2025, we had 802 average full-time positions. With the built-in vacancy rate, which is on an average of 7.85%, we had 739 full-time positions that were budgeted, and we had filled 659 positions. Next slide. And these are some of our recruitment statistics during 2025. We had an average of 143 vacancies. We processed over 6,000 applications. We conducted 68 recruitments. We hired 91 new people, promoted 49 of our current employees, and we added 2 additional positions. Next slide. And this is a data comparison of 2025 and the year prior in 2024. So as you can see, our vacancy rate has stayed pretty solid. It's flat at 18%. However, there are some movement within the bargaining units. They've all gone down at certain levels over the course of the year. So our annual turnover rate is represented by a 2% decrease. Next slide. And just to show you the 2025 vacancy trends, as you can see, we had a considerable dip around the springtime, and then another high point at the end of the year. The reason why that is happening is because at the end of the year, a lot of people are retiring. So you tend to see an uptick in the number of vacancies around the end of the year and around the beginning of the year. Next slide. And this is our vacancy information by month, where you can see where in the spring we dipped down to about 17% and maintained that for the most part throughout the year. And then in December went up to 19%. And so we have an average of 18% vacancy rate. Next slide. And this is giving you an overview of the vacancies that were created through the course of the year. 69% were due to separation, 2% were new positions, 26% are internal promotions, and 3% are interdepartmental transfers. Next slide. We were requested last year to bring back the reason why people were separating, so we created a survey an exit survey that we give to employees as they are leaving out of the door. As you can see, retirement, we had 22 separations due to retirement, 36 resigned, 14 were involuntary separations, and 3 were other reasons that are not related to these 3 categories. So our annual turnover rate is 11%. Next slide. And here are the reasons for leaving. The majority of people left due to retirement. The 22% that you see represented there are persons that opted not to fill out the questionnaire. 19% is important because it shows that many people left for personal pursuits or other reasons. And 21% left for another job. They were either seeking career advancement at another agency, better benefits, flexible hours, telework options. They may have left for school reasons. And we have a very low percentage that left because of conflict or it just wasn't the right place for them. Next slide. This is giving you an overview of the vacancy rate as of 2025. As you can see, our highest vacancy rate is in mid-management, and it ratchets all the way down to police management at 1.4%. And again, this is at the close of 2025. There's been significant changes since then. Next slide. And so here are our strategic recruitment and hiring strategies. Human resources is represented in the City Council Goal Area 5, in which we have been given the charge to strengthen the city's internal infrastructure and processes through hiring and retention. Our focus is on public safety, emergency services, parking enforcement, and of course, staffing the Community Crisis Intervention Program. This charge was given to us several years ago when you set your goals and objectives. We do have to keep in mind budget implications. As you are aware, fiscal year 26-27 is balanced primarily through a 12% vacancy rate. And then we also have to consider increases in salary and benefits. CalPERS is increasing this year, so that needs to be factored in. Expenses often outpace the revenues, unfortunately. And also we have to consider what's happening in the wider environment at the federal, state, and local level. Budget cuts, unfunded mandates, such as ballot measures that may be coming forward that can impact our budget. So we need to maintain funding flexibility so that we can address these types of concerns. And of course, there are the hidden costs that we don't always consider. How does vacancy levels affect staff morale, the quality of service that we provide, and of course, we want to always uphold pride and purpose in everything that we do. So we want to maintain that great reputation that we have with our community. Next slide. This is an overview of the recruitment process. We've reviewed this before. The City of Richmond, as a local agency, complies with the public service recruitment process. So each of our recruitments must have an exam component. Once the vacancy is created, a requisition is created, we work with the department to determine the recruitment type. We then post the job. We screen the applications. The next slide. We conduct the examination that I talked about previously. We establish the employment list or an eligible pool for unclassified positions, conduct interviews, submit a conditional job offer. The candidate undergoes a pre-employment background process, and if successful, they receive a final job offer. Next slide. And so these are some of our policies, procedures, and recruitment enhancements that we are looking at so that we can address the vacancy level and always on the path of continuous improvement in looking inward to see where we can improve. One area is our personnel rules. We have a minimum application period of 10 days. Oftentimes, we yield a large volume of applications, and there is a lot of additional staff time for selection screening, which can increase hiring timelines. And what we're hoping to achieve is to shorten the hiring timelines so that we can conduct our process and bring people on board much faster. So we're looking at a way to adjust our timeline and not have such a rigid timeline in our personnel rules so that we can have some flexibility. We've also implemented some system enhancements. We have a learning module which provides training by classification and on-demand training for our employees. So it's tailored to their specific classification and also gives them the opportunity to upskill so that they can be in a position to promote. Next slide, please. And we also have competitive compensation and benefits thanks to the decisions that you've made regarding our bargaining units. And we hope to continue in providing training and professional development for our employees by providing specialized training initiatives. As I stated before, we have an on-demand learning system, but we also have the Core Institute, which is designed to enhance leadership, RepU, Leadership Academy, and we'll also be introducing coaching for our new employees. And we'll continue to create promotional pathways and enhance our health and wellness program so that our employees are feeling well supported as they provide for our community. Next slide. We want to highlight some of our employee engagement events. The employees enjoy it. I've seen several of you there, so thank you for joining us at our events. We have our annual health and wellness fair. We have our annual employee appreciation event. We also do other events such as the coffee cart and the Italian ice. And it's all to bring cohesiveness and employee engagement so that we work together as a cohesive organization. Next slide. And so that concludes my presentation, and I'm open to questions. I believe there's 2 presentations as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 1 in-person speaker, and we have 4 speakers online. Cordell Hendler, you'll have 2 minutes, well, 3 minutes to address the council.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. I'm Cordell Hendler. I wanted to thank you, Sharon, for that presentation. So, what I'm passing around is I saw an article from CPS Consulting, which I get from them every month, and this one kind of ties into like vacancy rates. So, in order for you to entice potential employees to come to Richmond, but first you have to do a desk audit, because I was in a conversation with the city of Berkeley recently, and they hired a consultant to do the to do an audit on what's going on with classifications and all that. But you know, in order for you to do that, you got to look at the positions, overall, figure out what needs to be changed, like wording. So think about it, though. If you want people to come to Richmond, you got to, like, how to entice them, like more money, all of these events. You got to think about it, though. And I have an analogy too. So potential employees are like perfume. You want to allure them, intoxicate them. So in order for you to do that, you got to figure out which positions are you trying to allure to for them to come to Richmond. So think about that for a second, and that's it.
Okay, that was our only in-person speaker. Now we move to the online speakers.
Okay, the three speakers are Kevin Tisdale, Sarah C., and a user by the name of C. Kevin Tisdale, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, quick point of order. I'm doing a presentation for SEIU, and so we should be heard prior to public comment and have 10 minutes to speak.
I think I just sent you a note. I think that the next order should be the two SEIU and RPOA presentations, and then the public can comment further after that.
How many minutes do they get?
So each of the presentations were allotted 10 minutes per bargaining unit.
So Kevin Tisdale, and who's the other speaker?
My understanding is Ben Terrio from
We
RPOA.
don't see Ben Terrio here, but we do see a
I think
Josiah.
he's in person.
Oh, he's here, okay. Kevin?
Yes, just again for a point, Josiah is presenting with me and just want to make sure KCRT has our presentation.
I have a question because they're both attendees, so I can't unmute both, I don't think, at the same time. Maybe I'll try right now.
Should they be promoted?
To panelists, let me
Yeah,
try.
they should be panelists.
Let's promote them to
Okay.
panelists. Here we go.
Okay, and I think that should work. Okay. There you go.
Thank you. Josiah, you on?
I am.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Kevin Tisdale, President SEIU, Richmond Chapter, also presenting with Josiah Brenneman, SEI Field Rep. If you can go to the slides, please. Thank you. Next slide. So as HR explained, we are here as part of the process of Government Code 3502.3, which allows bargaining units to have their concerns heard prior to the adoption of the city council's or the city's budget. We understand the vacancies occur. However, a high number of vacancies reduce workforce capacity and delay critical public services that are needed across the city. Next slide. Going back a little bit to 2024, just to give an overview. So our vacancy rate in SEIU last year was 16.4%. And last year, the vacancy rate held by the city, the budgeted vacancy rate was 6%. So with those percentages, I wanted to give a appropriate number of positions and vacancy savings. So last year, the city saved approximately $11 million and held about 62 positions vacant for SEIU. Next slide. This year, that increased by 2.6% to 19%. Or to about 66 vacancies. Now, again, that number is dependent on positions and, low, high end, but again, that's just roundabout. So that's where we are at currently. And again, 20% is a threshold for needing some immediate action by the city. So we're at the verge of that point. Next slide. Some previous city council discussion points were, of course, looking at the 92 positions added since 2021. And again, we're asking where those positions added, where is the equity in those? Were they frontline? Were they executive? Were they mid management? Police, fire, kind of where are they spread out? During some city council meetings in May, there were talk of there's only funding for 13 positions. And now tonight, I think HR said only 11 positions. And then last week, the city manager announced that, hey, there's no more money available to hire at all. So just want to provide that context. Next slide. And again, so looking at the budget concerns and what this equates to in dollars. So the assumed budget rate for fiscal year 25-26 was 9.7%. And again, in SEIU, that's 34 positions or about $66.5 million. This year, the SEIU rate of 19% cost about or saved the city about $12.6 million. And moving forward to 2020, 26, 27, if the city assumes a 12% or 14% vacancy rate, that would equal 42 to 49 positions or $8 to $9 million. And even if they assume that rate, they're still, again, 14% to 19%, that 5% difference saves you is again a savings of $3.3 million. So just want to point that out. Next slide. So the impact. Vacancies in all areas are problematic, but specifically in areas that are revenue and cost recovery are extremely problematic. If you have positions vacant where you can't go out and get money or get, again, fees, services that are due to the city, i.e. business license, accounting assistant, code enforcement, building inspector, and again, having less staff with more work causes high workloads, accelerated pace, increased areas for mistakes, and makes it tougher to get the work done because you're only handling the most urgent cases versus handling everything at the correct pace. And with that, I'll turn it over to Josiah.
Thank you, Kevin. Last year we were talking at the same vacancy hearing about fewer vacancies for SEIU, as Kevin mentioned. At that time, we brought it to your attention that city management had initiated soft holds, meaning that there were positions that the city was not hiring for. Soon after that, we were promptly told that by city management that there were no such thing as soft holds, only incremental hiring. And when we asked what that meant, it became increasingly clear that similar to soft holds, there were positions that the city was not hiring for. It seems now that the only difference is that city management is being honest about their unwillingness to hire. They say there's nothing to fund the vacant positions. With our research and the law firm that is being paid now at least $0.4 million to say that the city has no money to pay the workers. They agreed that the money is there, it's just not prioritized to pay the workers or fund the vacant positions. City management claims a high level of productivity despite the low staffing. This is because they rely on contractors, which is prohibited in the MOU. This is the pattern. They refuse to hire, and then when they have something that needs to be done in a timely manner, they come to us, hat in hand, telling us that if we want to get the projects done, we need to agree to the contracting out of union work. The other option is to hire part-timers who are eager to work above their classification to increase the hireability to full-time, which never comes. You can see this in the difference between the vacancy rate of full-time chapter versus part-time. part-time is only 7%, whereas the full-time vacancy is 19. All this to say, understaffing is a kind way of saying increased load on the workforce. Slightly more succinct as well. Nonetheless, the brunt of understaffing is felt by the workers and the public, not management. Vacancies are, as Kevin mentioned, particularly felt in revenue generating positions, but it also shows in the inability to be proactive. We were just talking earlier with stationary engineers about how they're constantly being dispatched to reactive situations rather than their ability to proactively prevent those situations. So with fewer people, there's lower efficiency. People are forced to shuffle around, disrupt tasks, and the growing caseloads that happen as a result of these these unfilled positions shows up in the frustration in the public. And as stated prior, the the urgent cases are. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing the screen. I'm going to hand it back to Kevin.
Thank you, Josiah. If we can go to the next slide. So as he was talking, the day-to-day impacts, again, I won't go over it as he already mentioned, but fatigue, burnout, and stress is real for the employees in the city. Many of the jobs that are done in Richmond are more detailed and, thank you for the time, more detailed and cause higher need for being hands-on in the city. Next slide. Employees reported feeling frustrated, overwhelmed, unsupported, exhausted, taken for granted. But despite all these, they still remain dedicated to the city and serving their community. Next slide. In closing, 19% is not sustainable. This is a hiring issue, not a performance issue. Employees are performing to the best of their ability. And so if we go to the next slide. Our call of action to the city council is to provide clear direction on hiring and staffing benchmarks to ensure departments can meet the service needs and expectations of the community. And with that, we'll turn it back over. Thank you.
So we have another presentation from Ben Terrio.
KCRT, can you play our email slide there?
Ben, turn your mic on.
Oh, can't hear me?
Turn them on. Yeah.
Got it. KCRT, can you? Yeah, I sent it to you guys an email. Okay. I do. Sure.
Are you, before Mr. Terrio starts, should we, because you want to make a motion to extend the meeting? Because he's got 10 minutes to present. I'm just.
Yes. Do we have a motion to extend the meeting?
I move so.
Second.
Okay. First, second to extend the meeting
Can we have a
extend
lot
the
of
meeting
items
into-
still, can we prioritize them?
Right now, we're just extending the meeting. We can prioritize after this session.
Okay.
We're going to extend the meeting to,
To 11.
okay.
Or until we can finish what needs to be finished.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Bonner. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown absent. It's on you, Ben.
All right, awesome. Ben Terrio, I'm the president of the Richmond.
Your mic.
All right. Thought my voice would carry well enough. Ben Terry, I'm the president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. This is our AB 2561 public hearing. Vacancies, recruitment, and retention. Also present under the Government Code 3502. By myself, Sergeant Ben Terry, I'm the president of the POA, Master of Public Administration from our esteemed University of San Francisco. This is some of the stuff that is what required of the city. Report of vacancy status, report on recruitment and retention, and then obviously hear from us in the bargaining unit. The hearing exists because of public safety vacancies, and that is important for discussion. Currently, we're authorized 147 positions in the police department. The majority of those are members of the RPOA bargaining unit. Currently, there is 129 of those positions that are filled, and 106 of those folks are members of our bargaining unit, the officers and sergeant. I'd just like to remind people, because often people talk about numbers, authorized is not adequate, and filled is not necessarily on the street. And what I mean by that is, out of 129, only 106 of those are officers and sergeants, and the head count overstates the force on the street. Command staff folks, they do what they do, and management is important. However, they don't answer calls. You have other folks in training, assigned to administration or medical leave. So when you take those out, the people who actually have face-to-face and daily contact with the residents of Richmond and carry out patrol and first response, it's really just 106. And I think it's important to note that difference, because the number that is often quoted by folks is not always the actual amount of what is out there serving the residents. And these are not, our numbers on where we think the goal of the police department and our bargaining unit should be at. And I'll reference 3 different reports. The Matrix Consulting Group, which was done in 2023 and commissioned by the city, and recommended 185 sworn officers. The Raf Tellis report was done in 2024, recommended an additional 27 officers. And then the Contra Costa Civil Grand Jury from May of 2025 recommended a total number of officers of 179, and that was benchmarked against comparable cities at 1.6 officers per 1,000 residents. That's not a cited number, but it is a number that is used often in discussing public safety in cities around the United States. So measured against the RPA's goals, Richmond is 81 officers short, in our opinion. We have our current number here of 106, our authorized strength of 147, and our goal of 187 puts us 81 officers below the goal. People talk a lot about officers, more officers don't equal less crime. There's plenty of research that actually does show that. It does quite that. Officers prevent homicides, they take guns off the street, they stop violence from happening either right before it's going to happen or in progress. A lot of these things are not things that are calculable, and they're not something that can actually be measured in real time. Property crime as well. And then in addition to the social value that's created. When people believe that there is not a fear of crime and things that are going to happen to them, things get built, the economy of residents, for the residents gets better, and the built environment gets better. And that's the value of having a strong law enforcement presence. Just want to show that a decade and some change of decline, the city's own staffing record. If you go back to fiscal year 13, you can see we were authorized at 195, then 196, stays there for a little bit, goes to 183, then goes down. And then we get to 2020, and there's a stark decline, fiscal year 2021, and then fiscal year 22. And that takes us, essentially it's been locked in today, till today, at 147. It's great that the city has now decided to start to track where people are departing. We've been tracking it for some time, going back to 2015 as just a example of that, where people are going. Other agencies, BART, Contra Costa DA, SFPD, Antioch PD. The current chief of Antioch is actually a former Richmond police officer. And why that matters is that you're losing in training time, institutional knowledge, relationships that have been built in the city. When that departs, you lose that. You lose money, which is important, but you also lose knowledge and value that the officers bring in their community policing foundation that we have come to expect so much in our police officers. Officers per 1,000 residents, talked about this earlier, currently at 0.91. If we're filled up with where we need to be as authorized strength, 1.11, and then if we were at the national benchmark is 1.6, referencing back to what we believe is the appropriate amount of law enforcement officers for the city of Richmond. Reference the civil grand jury again that asked the city to act. We found that the police department was significantly understaffed and called on the city to develop and adopt a concrete staffing and recruitment plan by January 1, 2026. Still to date, we don't believe that we have an adequate plan. We're not competing for talent. There's no bonus, there's no draw that's trying to hook people in from leaving places and joining our force when you look at other locales in our area. And again, the city conceded the problem in writing in response to the civil grand jury. Talked about violent crime rising, even as homicides fell, moving money away from the police budget, the matrix and ref tailless reports. RPD staffing remains below appropriate levels. Mandatory overtime, Chevron settlement remaining unallocated. There's things that need to be implemented and researched in response to this grand jury. And doing more with less, like what does that mean? Less proactive policing, which means officers are consumed on call to call, and there's little capacity for proactive work that ultimately prevents crime and prevents victims and protects residents of our city. Slower response, same thing. People have to wait longer, and sometimes they just stop calling because they think that nothing's going to be done. Burnout and forced overtime by the officers. This has been rising for some time, and it's essentially a false saving. The vacancy savings is booked as budget savings, but the cost is paid for in overtime recruitment and lost training investment whenever officers leave. So essentially, again, 129 is not enough because it's not the actual working number. 147 is not enough. And to take us into the time when we were identified by the President of the United States as one of the model police departments in the United States, President Barack Obama, those times we had officers staffed in the 180s. And I think the difference is key, and the ability to engage with the public and give the public what they deserve from the police department is case in point. Take the last couple minutes to highlight bargaining, because we can discuss things that have been, and I'm going to talk in generalities, things that have been put forward on bargaining that I think would be helpful to recruiting and retention for the city. Includes working and work-throughs on retiree medical, either clearing the city of any type of retiree medical liability and having us take that on instead, or changes to where we either increase the benefit so that folks would have a better benefit, even if that means paying more. Those are things that are extremely important for people to be retained and recruited to our police department and subsequently our bargaining unit. Pay, obviously, is important. The RPOA has been in the bottom third of our area, and that's something that we need to work on. Our previous contract brought us up to the middle of the road, middle of the pack, if you will, in the last bargaining session, and we need to be able to maintain that. We're not asking to be the top, we're not asking to be number one, but we do need to be competitive. And that's important because that's what's going to keep people here. Longevity is important. But keeping folks attached to the city of Richmond, it's a marketplace, it's economics, and it's important to retain, recruit, but also retain the people that we currently have and to keep them in Richmond. Losing dozens of people to other cities, as we have done in the early part of this decade, was disastrous for us, and we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is now time for public comment.
We have 2 online speakers.
Okay, the speakers are Sarah C. and a user with the name of C. Sarah, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cantor. I am a Richmond resident. Really want to say I appreciated the presentations tonight. In particular, I really appreciated the presentation from the SEIU leaders and really addressing the way that this high vacancy rate has impacted the entire city. A couple things that I want to note that I'm concerned about. One is that the stated vacancy rate for for this fiscal year, so at least for the second half of 2025, was 9%, but the actual vacancy rate was 18%. And so just curious how staff are planning with this higher 12% vacancy rate. Is the plan to actually stick with that as the vacancy rate, or should we expect, again, a doubled vacancy rate? Should we be expecting 24% or 25%? Then looking at the vacancy information by bargaining unit, just pointing out that the top 2 units that are most impacted by the city's high vacancy rate are IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Management and SEIU Local 1021 General Employees Bargaining Unit. And that RPOA is next at 17.8%. So hearing, Mr. Terrio's presentation was entirely about the department and why we need police officers. And I think it's really important to note that this is a global issue in the city. And I think that it's a really important one that needs to be addressed. As Mr. Tisdale noted, it's, understaffing is really, it is a huge challenge for any workplace, and especially for people that are doing work as important as running our city. I think that we need to make sure that we have all of the staff that we need to do the jobs that need to be done. I'm curious also why IFPT Local 21 didn't make a presentation. I'm assuming that they didn't want to, but given that their 2025 vacancy rate was over 20%. Just feeling concerned about that. And my concerns are less about the positions that are posted that we haven't been able to fill. I know that there are circumstances outside of our control that we can't, make sure that we fill every position. My concern is with the positions that are not being posted and so therefore have no chance of getting filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is a user with the name of C. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you could please state your full name for the record.
Claudia Citroen. So you all really should be required to read the Civil Grand Jury report Pinole just received. This is a city which relies on an actual 90% vacancy rate. It's materially misleading without a full breakdown of distinguishing funded full-time positions from part-time, from temporary to seasonal, to grant-funded, and to structurally unfunded roles. This vacancy reporting obscures the true operational impact on the entire city services, as you have heard. It prevents meaningful public oversight of staffing capacity and budget priorities. And as you mentioned, the city is increasingly reliable on contractors and consultants, one consultant here and one consultant there, without focusing on actually getting the staff to get the work done. This has been now for 2 months an issue where every department said we are overstuffed and you give us more and more projects. Bana today again put another project on it. Jimenez puts another project on it with the Zaglovia. These are projects which create a growing caseload and work demand on the remaining staff. There's an unwillingness to develop proactive staffing and service delivery solutions. It is irresponsible, inconsistent with the sound financial governance to reduce or delay funding on core staffing and essential services while advancing discretionary expenditures like the e-bike library or similar infrastructure projects, even though if they're maybe 6 months down, it is just a budget language, instead of focusing on cost-benefit justification. This council continues to prioritize spending like fireworks or more special events, despite staffing constraints. It is just unresponsible. And I'm repeating myself, as a city, you have an obligation to ensure that residents, that basic safety for residents is and a quality of life is provided, and you do not do this currently. Without a transparency of how many part-time positions you have, I know that some of them make too much money to get SNAP, and they make too little money to pay rent for their housing. It is just you're a kangaroo council if you do not understand, and if you continue to insist on your pet projects. This is I have all to say about this. Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
Well, if there are no more speakers, we have received the presentation. And any comments from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, so I think thank you for the presentation and the report. My questions were the ones that I asked before in the budget. We are budgeted for this fiscal year 812 positions with a 12% vacancy, but we had 18% vacancy when we have 9.7%. So I just want to have is we are going to, like, what I want to see, and it helped me to understand, is that is we approve a 12% vacancy, that this is it. So how many vacant positions with 12% vacancy are we going to be able to fill and hire? Because I am hearing two things. I am hearing we are approving 812 positions with a 12% vacancy rate, and we have filled position 659 or more or less. But then I am hearing the city manager saying we are not going to be able to hire any more people. So I just want to understand more what is going on here.
So what so we don't negotiate against ourselves. So when we're in collective bargaining mode, what we tell the city council is that a finite number is not included in the budget for what the increases will be, because those increases that are provided to the bargaining unit, right, the more increases staff receive, to the extent that those are in excess of the pace of revenue increases, that means the more people make, unfortunately, that means there are fewer staff because they're higher compensated. So at this juncture, until the city council concludes MOU negotiation, I would say that we should be planning in the 670s in terms of the number of personnel we can hire. If the number comes in for the bargaining unit higher or lower than the city council authorizes, that number will increase or decrease. And so I do think that it's important for us to also reflect that we originally started at 581 positions, right, in fiscal year 2021, and that we have hired a net increase of 92. So although the vacancy rate has increased, it's also increased because we've added a bunch of new positions over the last 4 years. And so, but net, from where we started in 2021, we're in excess of the number of positions we had in terms of people on staff from 2021. So at some point, as some council members have suggested, we essentially need to have a true up around what positions we can actually afford. And then also as personnel retire, when appropriate, HR will meet and confer, and we will need to update job descriptions, because the way that we are all utilizing services, it's evolving, right? So our service delivery methodology has to evolve, and we have to improve our systems. So it doesn't mean that there will be fewer staff. It just may mean that some of the jobs will evolve and change over time to meet the needs of residents.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Thank you for all of this reporting and the details. I guess I'm not understanding if we believe that we need to move forward with a 670 number, that would put the vacancy rate in more like 16 to 18%. Why not have that be the vacancy rate that we're talking about in the budget? Because 12%, I'm not sure what 12% relates to.
I would like it to be 12%, but I can't definitively say what the outcome of MOU negotiations is going to be. So it depends on, for every corresponding increase that the council approves, right? It also increases the vacancy rate because there's not new money, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
I understand that dynamic,
Yeah,
but I guess I'm just, it feels from the position that we stand in today, not knowing what's going to happen with the last MOUs and hearing that you're operating from a 670, it
Right.
seems like the more transparent vacancy rate would be somewhere between 16 and 18%. That would correspond to 673.
Yeah, I mean, if the council, what I would say is maybe at mid-year, we hopefully by then the MOU negotiations will have concluded, and we can have, we can reflect on this conversation and see where the bargaining unit increases are. Conversely, if the city council is prepared to adopt a higher vacancy rate, then they can. It just, I think it's difficult because there's so much information that we don't have. Like we have to, there has been ongoing negotiations for like a year, and so we have to go back in arrears, and then there's going to be a true up, and that's going to be really expensive for some of the negotiations that have been in progress. So it's there's a lot of unknown variables. So I would say until things settle down a bit and those MOUs are effectuated, that I would like to see us at 12, and think that should be our goal. But I don't know what will be approved.
Yeah. So I guess I just want to make clear that I'm not advocating for a 16 or 18%. I'm just thinking that seems to be the honest place where we're at or where we're planning from. And I guess I'm wondering, for the sake of transparency and clarity, shouldn't we have that be the number that we're operating on and make a statement that we'd like to be at the 12%, but in order to do that, we would need, circumstances.
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean,
different.
I think we can get there. I think at this juncture, like, because the budget is an envelope and it's like, it outlines our goals and vision, I would say that we can get where you want to go, but I think it would be prudent for us, if we are going to have to end up adopting a higher vacancy rate, to actually know definitively what that is versus being a range. Like, once we conclude MOU negotiations and we know what is finally approved, then we can say definitively what we think the vacancy rate can be, and it won't just be as much of a range or an estimate. It will be based on what the council's approved, because right now it's an estimate. Does that make sense? Like, we're telling folks that we think it's going to be 12 because that's where we would like it to be. And at the same time, we know that the council we're still actively negotiating. So I think we can do a final once those negotiations conclude. So it's essentially incremental.
I'm just kind of struggling with the difference between 11 positions and 41 positions, depending on, even 12% is a hard vacancy rate, and that's just a huge difference in the number of positions that would be available.
Right. There's also things like that come up, right? Like last week that the insurance folks told me, oh, you're going to get a supplemental bill for $3.5 million, right? So those are all things that happen. And so when that information is presented to me, then I don't know when we're going to get the bill. But it's coming. So I think it's just important for us to think about what are the positions that we need and what are the roles they're going to fill, update the job descriptions as people retire, and then have a conversation with the council around, like, what is the right service level mix based on the council goals.
Is there a number figure? I know that all these positions are different. They're compensated at different rates and everything. But is there an estimated cost for each vacancy rate? Because I do wonder, this comes up a lot about, discretionary spending and whatnot. I wonder, in relationship to the categories of spending that we're doing, whether it be capital projects or discretionary spending or council projects, how much of that could actually impact the number of positions that we can sustain? Because oftentimes those are one-time things, but I guess you could make one-time choices every year that,
Right. I mean, part of the opportunity is that we just have so much deferred maintenance, right? And so it's like we're just trying to eat away at a little bit at a time in terms of, renovating parks and things of that nature. And so, I mean, my position has been that we have to focus on hiring line staff that provide direct service to residents in the built environment. And, we've increased our hours in community services. I would like us to continue to do that. At the same time, we also need to increase in public safety. So it's a balancing act.
So one last question to kind of get at that again. If we're talking about 11 positions, what's that dollar amount that corresponds? It's an estimate, of course, because you don't know all the things. But I think you guys do have estimated savings by having certain vacancy rates, right?
Mm-hmm. Nikki is the czar of the vacancy rate.
So what's the dollar amount at 11 positions? What's the dollar amount
11
at 41?
positions on an average cost of $226,000 would be right around $2,486,000.
2.4. And then for 41, it would just do the math for the 41.
And that's fully loaded.
Yes.
Yeah.
For 41, it would be $9,266,000
Thank you.
at an average cost of $226,000.
And then the opportunity, though, is that, then we increase our staffing, we get a supplemental bill for insurance, we get a supplemental bill for CalPERS, right? And then we get step increases, and then people start at step 1, but then they can matriculate to step 5. So what you think the cost is in year 1, by the time you get to year 5, it is at least increased 50+%.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
Thank you. So it's kind of picking up the same line of thought that Vice Mayor Robinson was talking about. If my late night math is correct, we have 812 positions on the control list. We're budgeting for a 12% vacancy rate. So we're putting money in the budget for 714 positions. And I heard you say that right now you're anticipating, and you're hoping it's more, but 670 is the actual number of people who will be working here. And what I'm hearing you say is the reason that there's this gap between the control list, the budget, and reality, or what we anticipate being the reality, is because we still have some variables, which we don't know where at least 2 of the contracts are going to settle and what that's going to cost. But then I have to ask, like, last year, we budgeted for a 9% vacancy rate, approximately. I can't remember if it's 9 or 9.7, and it was 18%. And there was no variable, we were locked into contracts at the time. So why last year was there such a discrepancy between what we budgeted and the positions that were posted and filled is my first question. And my second question is, and then where does that money go?
The positions were posted and they were not all filled. Sharon went over the data, nearly 6,500 applicants. So sometimes we hire people and they don't work out. People retire and things of that nature. So the point that I've been trying to convey is that over the last 4 years, there's been a net increase of 92 people. So, which I think is significant. So I think that's what we have to focus on. Many comparable agencies of our size, like Concord, they may not have their own fire department, but they're a staff of 439 full-time FTEs. So what I'm trying to say is, based on our population, our revenue, and the amount of total compensation the city council provides for employees, at this juncture, since you have your largest bargaining unit remains unsettled, I don't ever want to be in the position of having to lay off people. So I'm encouraging the council to understand that we're aiming for a 12% vacancy rate. If you finalize your MOUs and the cost of effectuating them is not extraordinarily high, and the council doesn't want to move 55 key initiatives forward, then yes, we can certainly hire more staff.
So my question about last year, I was under the impression that not all the positions were posted. But are you saying that 88% of the position control lists were either filled or posted?
I'm saying that HR and departments have a finite amount of capacity, and they posted and filled as many positions as they could and onboarded people in an incremental manner to help get them situated in their new roles in a way that they could absorb. You can't just absorb 100 people at one time. You have to do it incrementally because everyone has to be trained and onboarded. And all the training and onboarding systems, just so the council's clear, there were no real training and onboarding systems of significance before. This has all been developed in the last 4 years. Because previous to that, people would come, they would stay for 30 years, and then they would retire. But now, that's not how local government workforce is. People move around.
Okay, so I'm still sort of trying to conceptualize again the gap between what we're budgeting for and what seems to be what the actual practice is. So one thing you're saying is hiring capacity is one reason why there's a gap.
Yes, and the MOU increases that the council provided.
And MOU uncertainty is the other. But then back to the question
actual
of
amounts that you approved.
Where does the money go when it's if we budget it and there's no one to pay that to the
So
salary.
in the previous years, what you've budgeted is we've had a $54 million increase in what you've spent on personnel costs. So as you've hired more personnel, the cost for hiring those personnel has increased. As you hired we've hired those 92 people. If you effectuated those MOUs, it's gone up $54 million. So most of the money has gone to personnel because that's what you've been spending money on. In excess of that, the money has gone primarily to built environment projects that the city council has directed, such as the library, such as complete streets, such as park renovations.
Okay, so, because
It hasn't disappeared.
No, I understand that. I wasn't implying that it disappeared. It's, and I do understand that the costs escalate over time with
So
hiring.
the more personnel
but-
you have, the fewer built environment projects you will have.
But it sounds like also, if we budget X number of dollars and then we don't have the capacity to actually do enough hiring to spend X number of dollars on staff, then that money becomes not towards staff, but towards built environment stuff, like during
That's
mid-year.
been the de facto thing that has happened in projects that you all requested and wanted.
Okay, and
So in some cities, they decide to have a lower head count because they want to prioritize the built environment.
Sure, but I'm not sure that's our directive.
No, I'm just saying like in the industry.
And so then my final question is, what do we do to increase our capacity to hire people? Because what I keep hearing pretty consistently from folks, working on the ground is that they do want more people in several of these departments. And so I'm, I don't know the details of what needs to happen so that we can actually, I would just like to, I'm just trying to bring in line what we're budgeting with what actually happens on the ground, as close as we can get it. And so if we're budgeting for 714 people in a typical year or in a certain year, I'd like to see us actually have the capacity to hire 714 people. And so it's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing. Like, if we don't have enough people to hire, and what's the solution to that?
I think the long-term solution is that the positions you have in position control are going to need to evolve, and you are going to have less than 700 personnel based on the cost of personnel in the San Francisco Bay Area region.
And when that happens, will we be able to actually, maybe I'll ask it this way, can you foresee a future in which there is a greater alignment between position control, budget, and what we see on the ground?
Yes, if the city council stops requesting that staff add new positions and you decrease the number of key initiatives.
Councilmember Cepeda?
All right. Thank you. One of the attachment 2, I'm trying to follow the numbers. So in attachment 2, are we able to add for future, or maybe if you are able to email it, but an actual count versus the percentage? Because the percentages are a little bit misleading.
The percentage is what's required in the legislation, but yes, we can. And I also want to say that I understand that this is a difficult conversation, but the best part is we're not like other jurisdictions laying people off. So it's like, I really think we should think about the glass as half full, because we're not in that situation, because we have been working in an incremental manner.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And also, you were able to do 6,474 applications. That's a lot to review. So thank you. I acknowledge the time that's gone to hire the individuals that we've gone through. That's a lot of applications to pick out the best that we have here sitting amongst us.
Thank you.
But yeah, so if we can do, because I just remember RFMA has only a handful of people.
Right.
It's 3.3%. And I'm like, what's 3.3%? Well, that's like not even a whole human. So if we can quantify it better with the count, it will help us kind of figure out how many more do we have to hire for each unit. And then on the first attachment, on the agenda report, I'm trying to follow all the different numbers. And hopefully you help me out here, because at the beginning it says there are 673 FTEs. But then later in the document, it says 658.8, right? So somebody's missing a limb or something. So trying to just figuring out why is there 2 in the same document. And I did get one of them as average, but could we, is that how it's got to be presented? Could we kind of figure out?
Yeah, and sometimes you have people who are 0.8 because they work 0.8% of the time, but they're still considered, they're still full-time benefited employees. So that's
So-
where the 0.8 comes from. Also, so some of the numbers are annual as required in the legislation.
Yeah,
Is that,
they are annual numbers that go through December of 2025.
okay, so there's no
And
way
then
to,
then when I report out and I talk to you all, I always talk on the fiscal year basis because that's the budget.
okay, so then
So the
that's.
budget and the legislation don't coincide, but they have to be adopted. The numbers have to be, the report has to be received before the budget is adopted.
Okay,
we're
so then
talking
that's the
about
difference
apples and
between
oranges.
673 and 658. It's, one of them is annual, the other one is fiscal. And I can show you, so this.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
That's, yes, okay, so 673 is under background,
But
and then
Sharon
658
and
is
Nikki can
under
jump in.
workforce vacancy average.
Yes, one is actual and one is the average.
So the actual is the 673?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then similar to the budgeted, in one area it says 810, the other area says 802. Is that,
That's because it's increased over time. We've added, the council's requested that we add additional positions to position control.
okay, is there a way to kind of, I guess it says we're doing a budget, or maybe it's a supplemental document that can say, the budget is, so we're doing the budget by fiscal, so the fiscal number is this. So as we're approving more money or not approving more money, whatever it is, we kind of know what number we're getting at. Is it 810 or 802? And then the presentations that we received, are we able to get those put online for anyone that wants to follow them?
Certainly.
Certainly, thank you. And then it looks like the total net for 2015, we have a net of 16 individuals. Roughly is what I calculated. So we hired 91, 75 separated. So we have a net of 16.
For fiscal year 2025? I mean, for calendar year 2025?
Yes,
Sounds right.
sounds right. Okay. I guess that's it for now. Yeah, I just really want to see the numbers put out one versus the percentages, so can
Sure.
differentiate that a little more.
No
Thank you.
problem.
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, then, actually, I did want to say that in the past years, we've had positions that weren't filled. So we allocated money for those positions. So if we allocate money for positions, those positions aren't filled, that's vacancy money?
Yes, there's vacancy that is approved in the budget, and it's adopted. And it's what I've come to believe and understand how the city previously had adopted its budget, but we quantify it. And then if there's anything excess after we close the books and there's a known unspent, then the city council has primarily used funds to appropriate for built environment projects, but there also has been a ongoing appropriations throughout the year that we have to have a true up of. Like if the council puts something on the agenda and it has an appropriation, then any unspent funds at the end of the fiscal year, that's how you cover the expenses associated with those appropriations throughout the fiscal year that weren't originally budgeted.
Okay, and we have positions in all departments that need to be filled.
Yes.
And so the question is, how do we decide which positions to hold the money for? Because they're unfilled.
Well, I've prioritized, I listen to what the city council says at the city council meetings, and then I prioritize where we have needed the most support. And so initially, that was Public Works and Fire. Police is ongoing. They're a special circumstance. Their lead time is really long. It's a very long process, but I think the chief is doing a great job. You know, I joke that he's in the NIL portal and he's getting people to transfer. So those have been the primary areas, and then also in community services. And by and large, the internal services departments have remained flat.
And you've heard from this council that a couple of care people for Rock is wanted, as well as someone in the legal department and someone in the
Yes.
building department.
So
And,
maybe we'll have some retirements, and we'll have a conversation about reallocating positions.
And then we always need people in maintenance and operations.
Yes, we do.
Because that's the work that people see, and I get lots of compliments.
Yeah, we're doing really great.
Right, and we can do even better.
Yes, we can.
So
Now that they have schedules, it's amazing. When we started, I joked with someone yesterday that we started, and 4 years ago, we had a car, didn't have tires, didn't have gas, and we were, now we're moving.
yeah, we got the tires. We just need to get the people who are
Yeah,
pushing the car.
everyone's inside the car. Now we just got to go faster.
Okay, all right. So, any other comments? If not, then thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have Public Works is still here.
okay.
Tawfiq has an item that he would love to
Yes,
get
please.
heard if the council's so inclined.
Okay, let's do it.
Thank you very
So
much.
is this the potentially last item? Because I don't know that we're gonna, okay, so then everybody else can go, because I see a port waiting, I think, for their item, and that got
Under-
pulled. and-
Under new business, item Z2 is to receive a presentation on the Richmond Asset Inventory and Management Initiative. If there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
This is the update on Richmond Asset Inventory Management Initiative.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. Tonight, with me is Mr. Tawfiq Halabi, Deputy Director for Public Works, who's going to make a presentation about the update on the Richmond Asset Inventory and Management Initiative. We have 200 slides. We
slimmed it down. We started at 2,000. Good evening, Mayor Martinez. And
Your time has expired.
Honorable Mayor Martinez and esteemed members of the City Council, my name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works, and I'd like KCRT to load the slides. This evening, I'll be providing you with a very brief update on the city's Asset Inventory and Management Initiative. Next slide, please. So I'll give you a brief overview. We are using AIM because it's very catchy, Asset Inventory and Management. So what we're doing, we've recently conducted an inventory and a condition assessment of the park's amenities and the city buildings. We are going to be using a new software to manage the maintenance and capital planning of our parks and our buildings. And this was seeded by a grant from the Hellman Foundation and, of course, by additional funds provided by City Council. To date, this effort has been led by the Public Works Department, and we've received support from community development. About a year ago, we hired GHD to conduct the condition assessment, and they have subcontracted with Placeworks to support community engagement, and NextGen to provide the software for us. Next slide, please. So in recent years, as you know, the City of Richmond has responded to various calls from our community, our neighbors, our local sports teams and such, to improve our parks. We've had a few major park renovations that are in progress. And they've been led by various initiatives and by grants. And we're investing in sports fields and other parks amenities. And we've had this conversation recently that maintenance is going to be an ongoing challenge for some of these new assets that we're bringing online. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the Richmond AIM is to really transform our approach to capital planning and maintenance of the assets that we own. And we want to move towards goals, and we want to ultimately take advantage of a software that will help us to work smarter and not harder. Next slide, please. So just a little primer on asset management. So this asset management system will help us really grasp what we own and what condition it's in, and we'll have information on accessibility and things like seismic resilience, among other categories of important things to us. We will be able to use a non-biased calculation to help us plan repairs ahead of time before small issues become more expensive and larger emergencies. And we will be able to prioritize these investments, not based on my opinion or your opinion, but based on the data as it's presented and calculated. Next slide, please. As you know, much of our infrastructure is aging and needs attention. We talk about these, the parks and the streets and the sewers and other assets that we own. And without a clear plan, we spend a lot of time and effort and energy and money on expensive emergency repairs. We address all sorts of unexpected service disruptions, and we have to sometimes, what's the expression? Rob Peter to pay Paul. Next slide, please. So why asset management? We're at a point where much of our infrastructure is aging, and we really understand that, but our budget is limited. So without a clear plan, I think I'm repeating myself here. We end up with expensive repairs, unexpected disruptions, and tough choices. And instead of just fixing things when they break, we would like to use an asset management system to plan ahead. Next slide, please. So the asset management system will help us to prioritize projects based on what's important for safety and community needs. It will allow us to stretch the taxpayer dollars further, and it will be able to demonstrate why we have to perform some repairs before others. And this will help transform us into more of a proactive management regime. Next slide, please. Can you, KCRT, keep pressing the button so we see all the items? Thanks. So we will be able to track the condition of the assets, schedule regular maintenance to extend the asset life, the useful life of our assets, and also plan and prioritize capital investments. Next slide, please. KCRT, please, thank you. So the outcomes, our assets will last longer when we perform regular, prescribed, predictable maintenance and recurring maintenance. We'll have fewer unexpected failures, and this will enhance the experience of our residents, our neighbors and friends who live and play here in Richmond. Next slide, please. The asset management system will help us work smarter, not harder, as we mentioned earlier. We could use the tool to help with understanding staffing levels. I distinctly recall a few weeks ago, one of my colleagues, Jason Lacey, talked about level of service, a level of service 1, a level of service 2, a level of service 3. If the city council's desire to hold to a particular level of service, we can run the numbers through our asset management system, determine if we need to have more staff members in order to maintain a higher level of service. We can plan ahead for major projects. One of the examples here is roof replacement. We often receive complaints about leaky roofs. We want to get ahead of that. And we'll be able to more efficiently implement the approved and funded projects. And then, of course, we'll carry out the City Council directives and act according to priorities that City Council has provided. Next slide, please. One of the things that we struggle with is standardization. So I recently moved into the realm of water, and I noticed recently we have various pump stations. Some were designed and built by developers, and they come with different pumps. So it would be nice to have a standard way of repairing our pump stations. The same parts, the same motors, the same engines. That's one of the things that we would look forward to once we get our assets into the asset management system. This will help minimize service disruptions. We'd be able to have, let's say, contractors to perform specialty repairs. We'd have our parts available to us. We know what to order and where to order it from. And finally, we'll be able to store inside the asset management system data. And then we will use that data when we have Public Records Act requests and other items that take up a lot of our time. Next slide, please. So for phase one, we're wrapping up now phase one. We have the condition assessments. Well, this is a calendar. So last year, City Council, in your wisdom, you awarded a contract, and we have engaged with GHD. They have conducted assessments of our buildings and our parks amenities through last fall and this winter. Now we've received the draft facilities condition assessments reports. So we're in possession of over 100 reports, and staff, I have it on good authority from Director Chavarria that in the summer and in the fall, staff will be looking at these reports for all the buildings and all the parks, and we're going to come back to City Council early next year in 2027 with some more information about how to plan the critical repairs and the high severity repairs and the medium severity repairs over the course of the next 5 years. Right now, we're getting training on the software, and we're going to have staff using it as of next Monday, June 22nd. Next slide, please. NextGen is the name of the software. It's considered to be a computerized maintenance management system. We call it the CMMS. We will be able to integrate it with Munis for budgeting, IMS for planning and building and parcel information, and GIS for mapping. And we will have mobile devices so that when staff is out in the field, they can access the database and update it. And right now, I mentioned we are getting support to learn how to use the software. Next slide, please. So the capital improvement plan, we will use the NextGen software to perform the forecasting. This summer and fall, we'll be able to take a much closer look at the data itself and then perform some sort of a capital improvement plan for the subsequent fiscal year 27-28. That will help us with our grant applications. We'll have data on hand, and we will make sure it aligns with council priorities, including items such as the Parks Master Plan or other master plans. And we'll be able to integrate it with our maintenance, with the planned improvements and community identified needs. Well, I understand we're going to go through a process now where in each of the council districts we'll have public meetings to talk about extra revenues and things like that. So we'll be listening in on those meetings. Next slide, please. There will be a public-facing component, so members of the public, as well as council members and anybody who's interested, will have access to some information within NextGen. And we will also endeavor to share information with the community. City of Richmond website. Next slide, please. In the near future, we will be adding additional asset categories into NextGen. We're starting with buildings and parks, and then in the future, we will be looking at other assets such as traffic signals, street lights, perhaps others. And in 3 to 5 years, we really think we can have a robust asset management system for all of the infrastructure that we own and maintain. Next slide, please. So we'll prioritize the health and safety repairs first. We'll be able to look at all of the city's needs in the parks and buildings, and we'll be able to respond more quickly to maintenance requests for those assets that need attention. Next slide, please. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. I'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Well, we'll start with comments from the public.
We had a speaker, but hand went down.
Okay, well then, then public comment is closed. And yes, Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you.
KCRT, can you switch to the laptop?
Yeah. Congratulations on the new tool. Looks very interesting and exciting. Quick question, is it just for maintenance or everything? Because, for example, one asset that we don't have, and I hope we will, is dog parks. Can you add it to the list of assets to hopefully in the future, you know, it...
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah. Currently, it's going to be an inventory of the assets that we have. I think, Council Member, you're asking about future needs. We can certainly have the conversation about expanding our asset
I was
management
wondering
system for
if
future
this would
needs.
be, you know, a sort of precursor for your planning for the future. In that case, I would like to ask you to add to it, but...
Yeah, as Tawfiq mentioned, this is going to be like a 3 to 5 year process.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely everything is
And
going to
it's
be
open
included.
to the public?
There will be a public-facing component. Public will not be able to change any data or update anything, but they can
Just
look
viewing.
at information. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. If there's no other questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you. This looks awesome. This is great. Long time in coming. Thank you for the great work. Can't wait to see it
Very
live.
good management.
Just want to add something in 30 seconds. Right now, we are comparing one park versus the other, one building versus the other. And this is going to allow us not to compare like that. It's going to be, we always talk about sequencing, not what is more important. Everything is important. Is what is the asset that needs the replacement now that versus the one that can wait 5 years? Because if you don't replace that one now, you replace the one that you needed to replace 5 years, and the one that is now is going to get bad, and now we're in emergency, and then we need to pull money from somewhere else to fix it. So this is going to help us have conversations based on data and know what is more important, because that more important conversation, nobody wins. Nobody wins.
Well, thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
thank
job.
you very much. I'll just say Monterey Park, and with that, I will close the session.